Good Friday morning here on RSBN Live. I was about to say afternoon, but we have a lot of coverage today.
Oh, it's an exciting day as President Trump meets with the Japanese Prime Minister Ishiba today at the White House, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. And as promised, I am wearing the red for the Kansas City Chiefs and my esteemed colleague, of course, wearing the green for the Philadelphia Eagles.
That's right. We're going to talk about the Super Bowl a bit later today. Obviously, a lot of huge news going on today. Of course, this is now the second world leader to take that trip to the White House. Right. President Trump not slowing down even on a Friday.
Yes, and then he'll be departing from Joint Base Andrews later this afternoon. And this is a special time now as we're roughly almost 3 weeks in completion of this White House, 18 days at work, and meeting with very important allies, even meeting with Democrat governors surveying the damage from natural disasters, man-made disasters, and of course, really signing executive orders that are changing the lives of millions of people, especially young ladies and girls in sports. So it was a beautiful moment to watch all of those girls around him. He truly is, at the end of the day, a loving father and grandfather.
Exactly right, and always good to see common sense leadership at that building right there, the White House, the most famous government building on earth, with the leader of the free world, of course, President Donald Trump. They're meeting with the Japanese Prime Minister today. Also, there will be a press conference that we'll have here live. And then on top of that, in another broadcast a bit later, President Trump to sign a number of executive orders, including an announcement about the White House Faith Office. So we'll have that coverage as well, including Joint Base Andrews as he gets ready to take off to Florida later today. But there's a lot of news to get through before we get to that point. Before we get to that, let's go to Colonial Metals Group. We'll be interviewing the founder later today here, Paul Stone, about Colonial Metals Group. And it's always good to have gold and silver as a backup plan. Always high value, always good.
Oh, yes. In addition to properties and assets, of course, 401ks and IRA, but you can actually transfer that right to these great programs through Colonial Metals Group. To learn how, please scan that QR code, shield your savings now, and it's no obligation. Just look at the options. It's an in-depth review of what you can do for you and your family in order to have a hedge against inflation. It's the best bet, quite frankly. And as the Super Bowl approaches on Sunday, we're putting our bets in, but it's hard to beat a timeless commodity like gold, silver, precious metals.
Yeah, all you have to do is go to freegoldguide.com/RSBN for that free gold guide. That'll be sent right to you to get the ball rolling. Great sponsor here at the network as we're just past the top of the hour at 11:03 a.m. Eastern. Again, happy Friday to you as we go through a lot of news here at RSBN Live. Developing news from just a few minutes ago outside the Department of Education, we saw a video here of a number of Democrat leaders, Congress people there, trying to make it inside the Department of Education. They were stopped by a federal official, and now there was a little bit of, not a skirmish, but just verbal back and forth of trying to get in there. It's not too wild of a scene, but we do have video of that. We'll show that to you as soon as it's ready to go there. But that's one story we're following. On top of that, Speaker of the House Mike Johnson to meet with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who is still obviously in Washington.
Right, and that shows the deep alliance and friendship between the Jewish state and, of course, this amazing America, nearly 250 years old, based in those Judeo-Christian values. So us together can really lead the world with the peace through strength mantra. And Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying the other day in the joint press conference with President Trump that he is the best friend Israel's ever had.
This is what we were just talking about outside the Department of Education. As we know, a number of calls for it to be abolished or just in general bring everything to the states with education because DOE has obviously not been serving the American students very well at all. Parents, of course, are on board with what President Trump wants to do. But what we're seeing there is the federal official in the middle standing his ground. A number of representatives of Congress who are, I believe it was Maxine Waters is out there and others. This really just happened within the hour. But again, it's just simply this. All they have is to stir the pot of some drama when it comes to coming up against truth and common sense.
And see, this is right out of the Marxist playbook. If you look at Saul Alinsky, of course, Bill Ayers, who's from the Chicago area, this is what they do. It's to cause chaos. Even last night, Russell Vogt in the OMB vote for Office of Management and Budget, he passed with a 53-47 purely partisan vote line, and that's been the only one in the cabinet, I believe, thus far that has been solely Republicans in the aye column and solely Democrats in the nay column. They put the clerk through this as they're putting this federal employee in an uncomfortable situation. The clerk said, we know during voting there is no debate, there is no dialogue, and each one tried to stir the pot, as you were saying, Matthew. And it's very frustrating because it shows clearly they could care less about the Bill of Rights. This is the far left. This isn't the Democrat voters we have viewers here. They're great people. But this party has gone so far to the left. They hate the 10th Amendment. They hate states' rights. They don't want to solve problems. They want to create chaos, and they want to create this or keep intact a huge deep state bureaucracy.
So yesterday and for the past week, there's been a number of mini rallies with maybe 100 people there, but some Democrat leaders, including Cory Booker, Adam Schiff. I'm not sure if he was out there, but he's on board with this kind of stuff. They've been calling for, just to stir the pot. They're wanting to get people riled up, and that's really all they have right now. Mm-hmm. So they go from behind the podium. Now they're going to make a scene there. This happened earlier today. Again, this was within the hour. A number of Democrat leaders that were trying to get into the Department of Education. As you know, that Department of Education on its way out the door in the sense of the federal government. So what we're going to do here at the network is we're going to keep our eye on this situation. If it gets any worse in any way, obviously we'll go to it. But this is just a recording from earlier. So we'll go back to that if need be throughout the day as we keep our eyes on all the live feeds, everything happening, especially inside the Beltway. Let's get back to the first event that we're going to go to here as we take a look at the White House there at the West Wing. So according to reports in Japan, so Mainichi is a newspaper company there. The Prime Minister is looking to exchange views with President Trump on economic and safety issues and security issues and agree on further cooperation toward a free and open Indo-Pacific in their talks at the White House. They're looking to also confirm the strength of their nation's alliance. Now, this is coming from the media reports in Japan. Obviously, there's a Japan and a Japanese and an English version. Obviously, I don't read Japanese. So, but the point is, the Prime Minister of Japan said, since it's going to be our first face-to-face meeting, I hope to build trust with him. Ishiba told reporters at his office before departing from Tokyo's airport. So we're seeing a great meeting today of allies of the Western world.
And he is a member of the Liberal Democratic Party in Japan. But it's kind of an opposite thinking. It's a classical liberalism there in Japan. So this is a right-wing and populist party, so mostly in line with the American Republican Party. So that's actually how they've come together with this. And even if they weren't of similar ideologies, I'm sure they want to talk on trade, on safety, and Indochina, of course, because the biggest threat for the Japanese is probably the Chinese Communist Party being right in the continent there, not far from mainland China. In addition to that, Shinzo Abe, of course, God rest his soul, a great ally and great friend of the United States. President Trump and him would often golf together and perhaps were two of the best friends on the global stage during their tenure.
Exactly. And we heard President Trump speak about the former prime minister several times on the campaign trail. Back to that report from the Japanese media, the prime minister and the president are expected to reaffirm the importance of peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait, as their predecessors have done in recent years, according to the sources. It's an opportunity to strengthen the two nations' alliance here. So we're going to see some of that go on. I know that's a very foreign policy, but at the end of the day, safety is a good thing, and we know that. And we see a number of things happening domestically as well. As we pivot to the southern border, recently there are U.S. Marines in California, as we've been showing you, but they're putting up this metal wire. It's called Cartina wire. It's just basically barbed wire, very more advanced than regular barbed wire, of course. And that's the video there from the Department of Defense. And it's just great to see, President Trump says, hey, you know what? Here's an executive order. There's a national emergency. And look, there they are working.
Right. And it's just covered on the other side, on our side of the wall. So if someone's able to create that first miracle of climbing a gigantic wall and they happen to slip over, it's not going to be good for them. Quite frankly, it's really very hard to get over that and to walk away if you do attempt.
Exactly. And then on top of that, the presence of our soldiers and our Marines and our National Guard there, really showing that presence as well. In New York City, post 9/11, what we'd see is a lot of NYPD patrol cars. They would be 8 in a row. They would have all of their lights on, and they would be, making the siren sound a little bit, and they would just be a show of force in New York City. It happens on occasion, and that is still something that's good for people to see, that, hey, there are law enforcement patrolling the streets, and comparably to this, you see the same thing. I mean, if you're a drug cartel, or if you're trying to cross the border and you see this happening, you're not going to try and cross.
Right. I mean, it's so much of this is premeditated crime. It actually is organized crime as well. These are foreign terrorist organizations, thanks to President Trump designating that, whether it be MS-13, the Tren de Aragua, or the cartels right on the border. So they'll have to go find another work and submit their resumes elsewhere, because the game is over with. The party is done. You're going back to your own country, in addition to you're not going to keep killing Americans, period.
And the fentanyl situation, not only at that southern border, but at the northern border as well. As we know, the tariff situation now is all on pause with Mexico and Canada, because both leaders worked with President Trump on assisting with a number of extra soldiers and personnel on both borders, so as it cuts down on all of the crossings. So that's great to see that. Before we shift gears to Super Bowl talk, we want to talk to you about RepublicanRed.com, RepublicanRed.com. You see there the Pinot Noir and also the sparkling wine. Robert, I think that's out of reach, but no, maybe you got it. There it is. And I have the Pinot Noir here. So there's a lot of different kinds of wine on the actual website. So these are just two of them right here. We can maybe take a look at our close-up camera as we look at some of the 45 to 47 artistry here as well. So Robert, tell us about the sparkling wine there. It's a pretty cool message on the back too.
Oh yes, it's a nice blend here of, you have 50% Chardonnay, a Brut Cuvée, and 50% Pinot Noir. So quite an interesting blend. I'll read the toast here. To the golden age of America, we have taken the House, the Senate, and put our champagne, or I'm sorry, well, champagne as well, our champion in the White House. And this is to raise a glass to the red wave that happened just last year and to the power of American patriotism. The best is yet to come, in all caps. So a nice little toast if you want to irritate maybe some of the Kamala Harris voters of your friends down the street or in your family, or just celebrate with great patriots at home. RepublicanRed.com, the place to go. Code RSBN. And here's what's fun about this: from the Central Coast of California, some of the best wines out there, but also family run, family operated for generations. And guess what? A portion of the proceeds, when you purchase these wonderful wines, actually go to conservative and Republican causes.
Exactly. And if you missed it yesterday, Robert actually showed us the perfect pour for the champagne, the sparkling wine there, and how to hold the bottle correctly. He working at the Capitol Grill back in the day, right?
It's a dance. It's fun, and then just like a little lean, and oh, I'm still holding it. It's amazing, and everyone's like, "Wow, that's cool." It's actually rather easy to learn, but it's fun. French service.
That's perfect.
You got to keep it alive.
It's good stuff. RepublicanRed.com. RSBN is the promo code. Go ahead and purchase some wine if you'd like to. If you don't drink, obviously that's not for you, but many people do like wine out there. So the wine for the right side, RepublicanRed.com. All right, so it's 11:14. We're thankful for our sponsors here at this network. At the end of the day, also providing us this live coverage that you see. I mean, that it's not a free access point to see that live White House, if you know what I mean. So all of this costs a decent amount of cash, and it's great that we have great sponsors here at the network. Also, you, the viewers, if you'd like to donate at all you have to do is text RSBN to 801-801. So just text RSBN to 801-801. Since we're talking about the wine aspect of things, why don't we just talk about the Super Bowl quickly before we get back to the matters at hand today in Washington within the Beltway. A lot of coverage coming up. President Trump on Truth Social, actually, earlier today, if we want to shift to our Trump on Truth segment, he said 2 great quarterbacks in this game, also an unbelievable running back, and the absolute best tight end in football, and he said ever. Incredible coaching. If they would only get rid of that weird-looking new kickoff deal, which actually makes football more dangerous, the president says, they would be doing everybody, especially the fans, a big favor. He goes, anyway, it'll be a great game. I'll be doing the interview before the game at 3 p.m. There hasn't been one in 4 years. Gee, I wonder why. So that from the president earlier today. And if you're just joining us now, Robert started out the broadcast talking about our ties that we're wearing. Of course, the Kansas City Chiefs colors, and then, of course, the Philadelphia Eagles right here. And I'm saying the Eagles will win. As you guys may have heard all week, Robert's saying the Chiefs will win. We talked about Philly cheesesteaks and Kansas City barbecue yesterday. You really missed out, guys, if you missed our coverage yesterday. So, and we might even have a live look at the Superdome in New Orleans. As we know, this isn't only a fun game. This is a very secure environment, as the Department of Homeland Security and others will be there in New Orleans.
Well, wearing my thin blue line pin today to thank all the law enforcement who kept us safe and countless others at the inauguration, also doing the same here in New Orleans, Louisiana. There's already been one terrorist attack in that beautiful city that postponed the Sugar Bowl earlier this year, and many young people losing their lives in that sad moment. When you're celebrating life, you're celebrating football and celebrating such great culture. If you've been down to Bourbon Street, of course, Canal is actually my favorite street in New Orleans because of the live jazz and the amazing food and drink. It's a wonderful celebration of life and truly the most European city in America. But isn't it great to have President Trump, the first sitting president, there to view the Super Bowl? We have Kristi Noem, the Homeland Security Secretary, who's been on the ground with state, local, and national partners. And that's the difference with him. What a cultural truth, because he was on Truth Social saying that. How special is that to have a president who cares so much about American culture?
No, it's great. It's awesome. And you know what? If I'm sure the fans that are down there, if we were there interviewing any of them live, they would be saying, we're so glad President Trump's here. I voted for him. I mean, football fans are President Trump fans. Football fans are America fans. And it's great to see that the president will be there. So it'll be a fun game to watch on Sunday, but we are still on Friday. So still a little bit more than 48 hours away from kickoff, as we are getting ready to see the meeting between President Trump and the Japanese Prime Minister Ishiba today at the White House. So what we're going to see is outside the West Wing there, that meet and greet kind of, and then from there we'll see, just like the Prime Minister from Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, the other day, in the Oval Office next to the fireplace, shaking hands, taking some questions maybe, and then there's a press conference after that.
Yes, and we'll see what the two leaders have to say about bilateral relations. And this is, of course, very important because Taiwan, they're in the middle of a threat of the Chinese Communist Party taking the island. Of course, Japan, really a small sliver, but a large GDP. They might be small geographically speaking, but many, many millions and a good people, a very pro-Western country. So they are at odds with the communist way of life. These are free market capitalists who want to live in peace and harmony and are right up against the evil empire.
Exactly. Shifting back to the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, is actually making remarks with the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. We'll have some of that footage as we get it here to toss to as well, as we continue to keep our eyes around the country when it comes to various news stories. We'll go to Tax Network USA as well, as it's a great sponsor here at the network.
Yes, tnusa.com/RSBN. That will get you to Tax Network USA. These are great patriots and experts on property taxes, state taxes, also federal income tax. So settle your back taxes today. And with that April 15th deadline just around the corner, you want to protect yourself from the IRS. So make sure you settle those now. Call 800-357-1415 or visit tnusa.com/RSBN. The Patriot Helpers over at Tax Network USA. Great professionals. Again, no cost, no obligation. Just call for that free consultation.
Great group right there. Settling back taxes is always a good thing. So 800-357-1415. All right, here's the specific schedule for today, the presidential schedule that is public, of course. So at 11:30 Eastern, so in about 11 minutes from now, that's why you see a little bit of the press out there and others, the still photographers and all that. The president will greet the Prime Minister of Japan at 11:30. 11:35, the president hosts a bilateral meeting with the Prime Minister of Japan. So that'll be in the Oval Office. That's usually when we get that live look at both leaders sitting across from each other with a fireplace as the backdrop in the Oval Office. We'll show you that here. And then there will be a lunch together, and then at 1:10 p.m. will be the press conference back to the East Room of the White House. So it's great to see both leaders again,
right.
Especially out there in Asia. When we were talking about Asia before, of course, Japan an ally, South Korea an ally. It's great to have a number of nations as an ally to the United States.
And another first for President Trump. Remember him going over the DMZ 38th parallel with Kim Jong-un, and it all started as Little Rocket Man sending those, really silly but also great letters because it brought him to the table. And they were trading insults, which ultimately led to a personal friendship. Amazing to see how President Trump uses that art of the deal in order to execute on peace through strength.
Exactly. It was quite the moment when he crossed over from South Korea into North Korea, our 45th president, and now, of course, 47th president. And on with the schedule, after that 1:10 East Room White House press conference, it looks like there will be an announcement about the Faith Office at the White House. That's at 2 o'clock. He'll sign some executive orders. This is all happening in the Roosevelt Room of the White House. So we're getting a nice tour of the White House today.
Oh, yes.
Oval Office, East Room, Roosevelt Room, all live right here on Right Side. At about 3 o'clock, the president will depart the White House. We'll see the South Lawn. What a great picture that is, always seeing Marine One take off. I know you've been on the South Lawn, and he's walked by you before, right?
He has, and it's, spent some moments with President Trump recently in Aurora, Colorado on the campaign trail. But I've had the unique ability through different opportunities, all by the hand of God, to interact with our federal government and at the highest level. And I can tell you this man really puts his mind and his heart on the line for the American people. And to see him from so many different aspects throughout the White House, whether it be working in the West Wing to the tour on the first floor, or when Marine One comes to pick him up, I implore you, please, especially in the summertime or whenever you have a break, go visit this beautiful national monument that is the home of our first family, but also a museum and also a workplace. And it's for you, the American people. It's truly the people's house. And it's been the first time in a long time that a sitting commander-in-chief has really opened the doors as he's had to the American people. It's extraordinary.
Exactly. From the South Lawn, he'll take the Marine One over to Joint Base Andrews to board Air Force One. We'll have that live as well as he flies to Florida. The Winter White House, according to the president, calling it that last Friday when he went to Florida. So we'll have all of that coming up. Including the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, and the Speaker of the House remarks. And we're also monitoring the Department of Education in D.C., where a few choice Democrat leaders decided to try and get into the building there, and they were stopped by a federal employee. They wanted to have some sort of meeting. Well, at the end of the day, the people voted in majority for President Trump and his agenda. So if you're going to fight against that, figuratively speaking, well, you're allowed to, actually. I mean, protest is part of freedom. So, but at the end of the day, the people, I think, really, even on the left side of the aisle, really know, okay, well, he won. And a lot of people are on President Trump's side there. The only ones that I would think would ever want to stir the pot would be any kind of Antifa types out there. But hey, at the end of the day, it's law and order in this country, and we're looking forward to seeing that continue here. As we shift now to MyPillow.com. The
mega sale is going on right now. So, I mean, save 30% off of the My Cross replica. They also have a flippable cross for the ladies if you like the white more than, say, the black cross, but both beautiful to showcase your faith and where you stand, as Mike Lindell has shared so beautifully his transformation. My towels, flannel sheets at a $29.98 deal and $44.98 respectively. 800-836-7566, mypillow.com/RSBN. You have over 2,000 products here and up to 80% off everything on the store site, and you have the slippers.
I sure do. And the thing that's interesting is today, I packed my suit coming to the studio. I wore more like kind of gym clothes outfit. I was here at 7 Central this morning. Well, I forgot to pack my black dress shoes. So what I wore this morning and what I'm wearing right now on set are my slippers. So if you really want to see them, why not? I'll show them to you. I'll just stop real quick.
They're really nice moccasins, very comfortable.
Yes.
And yeah, I mean, really, and you got the nice little My Pillow.
Yes, is my slippers on the bottom,
right at the bottom there. So.
Well, anyway, there you go. Stuff you won't see on mainstream media.
Right.
I told you guys. No, I'm kidding.
Actually,
Anyway.
now that I'm seeing up close, I might have to buy some myself.
No, they're really
because,
comfortable. They're
yeah,
really
I've
good.
done the My Pillows. I've done the My Coffee. Some of the Giza Dream Sheets. I mean, very comfortable. Helps you to get that good night's sleep so you can get out there and do your thing. But don't let this guy disparage himself too much, because let me tell you, I might have to show the video over social media this weekend. He was once a heck of a quarterback himself with the Super Bowl. He could throw a spiral like no other. I'm telling you, it's amazing.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Robert. No, well, I mean, I threw a few too many interceptions as well. But anyway, it was fun. High school football, a little bit college ball back in the day. But anyway, so, and that wasn't planned at all, the whole My Slipper thing. I literally wore them to work, and I forgot my shoes, and I said, well, I guess I have to wear these. So not a bad thing to wear. So anyway, back to the order of business here, as it is now the bottom of the hour in just a few minutes. Looking forward to seeing this now round 2 of the President of the United States, the leader of the free world, meeting with another Western ally in the sense of people that are on the same team as us in the sense of alliances.
Right.
So we saw that with Israel. Now we see that with Japan today. And I remember at one of the events, I think it was CPAC a couple years back, I ran into somebody that was at a CPAC Japan table.
Yes.
And he gave me a lapel pin that had the American flag and the Japanese flag. And we talked a little bit. And it's just so cool to see people that are from all around the world saying, you know what, we're conservative and we love America. And I said, we love Japan too. So it's just great to have that camaraderie as people that are of the free world.
Mm-hmm. I'm fortunate to have one of those as well. I think it was CPAC 2021, I want to say, ran into that table. And of course, if you're watching us on the ground during the campaign and tuning in for those great rallies, the Japanese American groups that were largely against communism, spreading that message, especially in Las Vegas, Nevada. So wonderful to see pro-liberty people from around the world fighting for common sense values.
Exactly, and that's what we the people voted for on November 5th, is common sense over the woke and weak policies of the left. All right, so producers, are there any live feeds of the Department of Education? Is there anything still going on outside of that? And the reason why I asked the producer there is because if you know, just about an hour and a half ago, we saw some video of a number of, okay, there's nothing up now, so that means that most likely this is subsided. But if you want to show the video just for a second, just to let new viewers know what we're talking about here, the Department of Education building in D.C., a number of, just a few Democrat leaders from Congress walked up to try and get into the Department of Education building, as you see on the bottom right of your screen. And they were demanding a meeting because they want the Department of Education to stay intact and all that. Well, there's being calls for it to be abolished, or we're seeing a lot of education go to the states. So it's just a couple Democrat leaders like Maxine Waters and others just trying to stir the pot. That's really all they have left. I wish they would just say, you know what, why don't we just give up this crazy woke thing and just get into common sense and work for what the people want.
Right. I mean, even Gavin Newsom really missed an opportunity visiting President Trump at the White House just the other day as governor of California. He could have really bridged this gap, and we know he's someone who does want to be president. He could have attended that executive order signing in the East Room, decided not to. And I'm so surprised why the current Democrat leadership, very coastal, by the way, you see this in whether it's Maryland, New York, or even out west in California, seem to be on the 20% or less side of issues versus President Trump when he has such bipartisan consensus, like with an issue regarding getting rid of biological men out of female sports. It's common sense, and you have so much of the leadership saying, no, we're not going to go down that route. Rather bizarre.
It is so bizarre. And the thing is it's such a small percentage of people in this country that really want that extreme, woke, left, Marxist, radical, communist agenda. It really is a small number, but the number, unfortunately, has a lot of people that are in leadership positions.
Right,
exactly. Have you ever met a Democrat in your daily life or whatever, or people that we know that are so-called Democrats? Are they pushing those agendas? Most likely not.
Not in party leadership. It's the people that I meet who identify as Democrat, voters on the ground, who don't agree with it. And that's why I've met so many Democrats who voted for President Trump on the campaign trail. I was actually shocked at the number of people who identified as part of the Democrat Party voting for the first Republican for president that they've ever supported. So, I mean, I found that fascinating.
I think something on the left wing when it comes to people there that did vote for Harris, So maybe some more of the extreme types that are like, we want all the things that we know that we're morally and personally opposed to. But at the end of the day, it's like, okay, well, I think a lot of acceptance is what they're looking for.
Right.
Simple as that. When it comes down to it, it's acceptance. And you know what? We as a people accept, I believe, each other because we are all, citizens in this country.
Exactly.
We need to bring that peace back as much as possible here and just have a common sense way of life. And to that point, the DEI stuff, well, if you are, it doesn't matter where you're from or what you're into, legally speaking, if you do a good job, that doesn't matter.
Right.
Just do a good job and you're going to get the job. It's simple as that, isn't it?
Well, this is the biggest difference between this administration and the last. This is based in meritocracy. It's based in readiness. If you look at this cabinet and the people they're surrounding themselves with, they have the resumes for the positions, for the departments. This isn't just, I'm going to increase another notch on my belt for my career. No, this is to really serve the American people. And that's why President Trump has put out a memorandum and an offer to many bureaucrats. You can leave and you have this roughly 8 months of back pay. It's a nice cushy time to go find something else to do. 40,000 have now agreed to it. And this is part of Elon Musk working with Doge, trying to streamline the size and scope of the federal government. And already just success with the art of the deal of there's the door. If you don't want to stay with us, if you don't want to work for this MAGA agenda, which is bipartisan, then please leave. And it seems to be working.
Exactly. All right, so we're looking live there. It's 11:32 a.m. Looking forward to seeing the Prime Minister of Japan, Ishiba, pull up there to the White House. Of course, the Eisenhower Executive Building right there, correct?
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
So he'll be pulling up there, meeting President Trump. They'll wave to the camera, most likely, walk into the Oval Office, at which time about 5 minutes later, there will be a meeting there at the Oval Office. So we'll usually, with the members of the press, we'll get that access of that meeting. And then I'm sure it'll be closed door from there as they actually meet and talk about the Japanese and the American alliance and the issues that could help bring more safety.
Oh, yes. And this is always a nice scene here with, let's see the branches. There are Marines there. There are Navy sailors. Also Air Force holding state and territory flags. I see Guam, Hawaii, Arizona. Let's see there, Oklahoma. I think West Virginia is in there, New Mexico. Wyoming, one of my favorites, the big bison on it. So
that's cool.
Just a very ornate and very welcoming, as well as President Trump looks forward to really spending the bulk of his Friday with Japanese Prime Minister Ishiba. And he's from the Liberal Democratic Party of Japan. That's very similar to the U.S. Republican Party in the sense of it's a right-of-center party in Japan. Shinzo Abe was also a member of that, the late, great prime minister who is dear friends with President Trump. And it has a strong populist edge. So many shared values in an Eastern country that is deeply Western in so many ways. And again, big fans of baseball, big fans of American culture. They understand us. They want to become closer to us and talk about a very warm and gracious people that if you ever go over there, from what I've heard, I'd love to visit, but they won't accept tips. They're very much about showing you around and really quite a warm people.
Yeah, that's awesome. Also at about 1:10, so about maybe an hour and a half or so from now, that press conference will take place between the two leaders as well in the East Room. We'll have that on the network right here. This is RSBN Live. I'm Matthew Alvarez alongside Robert McNeely. Thank you so much for live streaming in with us as we've been covering every day pretty much what's going on, even through the weekend sometimes when there was that rally in Nevada the other day. As we see the White House right there, the west wing of the White House. Let's thank one of our sponsors as we await the Prime Minister of Japan. Let's thank AngelPaste.com. Angel Paste is from Spring, Texas. And you could also use a promo code there. Of course, it's RSBN. You get a percentage off. At this point, let's see, how many days until Valentine's Day? We have 7 days.
Wow.
So I think you can get this in time.
I think you can. And if you're a gal looking for something for your significant other, don't you worry. These things are not just for you, these miracle creams. There's also a Manly Man black bottle that the guys will love to have. And trust me, I've tried these out. These are great products. You could still grip that tackle box along with the lotion, because this time of year, not so much down here in Alabama where it's a bit humid today, but it gets dry around the country, especially in that cold weather. Now, Angel Paste is a Christian-based company. They hire veterans as well, great patriots who are out of Spring, Texas, just outside of Houston. One of their products actually repels mosquitoes naturally, so you don't have to worry about putting those chemicals on your skin, or if you get that dry, itchy rash from some other products that actually might be poison on your skin. I mean, it's all about Maha. What goes into your skin can be absorbed into your bloodstream. So get this all-natural, non-GMO, extraordinary product out of the Lone Star State. Angelpaste.com. Experience the miracle right then and there, and plenty of great things to choose from.
Exactly. And speaking of Maha, the Make America Healthy Again green tie being worn by yours truly, and of course Robert wearing the MAGA red tie. I have red ties, he has green ties, but today we are wearing these also because of the Super Bowl in 2 days from now. I'm going for the Eagles, he's rooting for the Chiefs, and we'll see what happens.
Well, to quote the great Hulk Hogan, who has visited Auburn, Alabama on a time or two, I think Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce and Harrison Butker and the Chiefs are going to run wild on you, brother. So I just had to throw that. That was my best
that's pretty
Hulk
good.
Hogan impression.
Pretty good impression right there.
Thank you.
Actually, Robert has quite a few impressions, and they're very funny if you didn't know that. But anyway, so
We'll do that off the record, off camera at another time.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's go shift back to something that, especially if those of you just tuning in right now, streaming in live here at the network, thank you so much for doing so. Let's look at maybe we can go split screen on it, on the video from the southern border. I'm fascinated by this because it is the cause and effect in action. It is President Trump saying, hey, there is a national emergency on the southern border. We're sending more Marines and troops. And then look on the bottom right of your screen, this video from the Department of Defense to media personnel that I have obtained here through the DOD. And you can see all of the extra barbed wire and all of that to shore up the southern border there. And specifically, I do want to read this out loud to let you know that this is what you're seeing on the bottom right of your screen as we await the Japanese Prime Minister. So this is the U.S. Marines with the 1st Combat Engineer Battalion, the 1st Marine Division, deploying concertina wire along the southern border. This is near San Ysidro, California, outside of San Diego. This was on February 3rd, this video, so just 4 days ago. The U.S. Northern Command is working together with the Department of Homeland Security with the emplacement of physical barriers to add additional security that will curtail illegal border crossings. And that video by U.S. Marine Corps Lance Corporal Diego Berumen. So that is what you're seeing on the bottom right, but it's awesome to, again, see promises made, promises kept, as the first promise out of the 20 core promises was what?
Was sealing and securing that beautiful border. And San Diego, that sector actually was one of the more complete sectors for, a few years, even before the border wall completion was proposed by President Trump. But you see that robust additional security of the barbed wire, of redoing areas that I'm sure get depleted over time. I mean, we're talking about a beautiful area of the country, but where there's a lot of sunshine and it's very dry, and the elements can really affect building that process. But this also shows a point, Matthew, that President Trump was right. He could use those executive orders. He had those privileges, as he told the LA Mayor Karen Bass a couple weeks ago.
That's a great point.
And Biden kept saying he couldn't do anything. Same with Alejandro Mayorkas. We're waiting on Congress. No. This was in the purview of the executive authority of the president.
That's a great point, Robert.
So, and you don't see the Democrats protesting down there today. They're at the Department of Education.
Yeah. Wow.
It just shows you, even in their own hypocritical ways, they show what the truth is. It's almost like the darkness coming to the light.
Yeah. I mean, what a great point, because for 4 years, Biden was like, oh, we need an act of Congress. Harris, just the other day, that whole 60 Minutes debacle, and they recently released the entire tape of it. Well, I finally got through listening to all of it this morning, actually, and she said, quote, it takes an act of Congress to do this extra, whatever, and all the resources needed down there. Well, okay, maybe on some things, but on the major things like bringing troops down there now, look, it happened with that executive order. Holy smokes. I mean, they were so off the beaten path, the left-wing leadership. And again, so many liberals and Democrats across this country have common sense too.
No question.
And they're also saying, you know what, I guarantee you several million, if not more, even if they voted for Harris indirectly, are like, I kind of am glad that Trump won, because why? I was not safe when I was walking outside. The price of everything is going out so wild. The constitutional rights of people, like they kind of knew, almost like you got woken up, because your brain thinks one thing because you got brainwashed for so many years, and now you open up to that awareness that, I've been lied to.
Right, exactly. It's really something. 18 days into this new administration, and it feels like it's been months or even years, but in the most positive way, because President Trump has literally been working around the clock. And I've had Democrat friends reach out and say to me, wow, I wanted to vote for these policies. They don't consider them woke. I know we do, and most America does, especially those who were fighting for common sense with getting biological men out of women's sports, for example. But a lot of these people saying it's actually better for my wallet that President Trump is in office, and there seems to be a calm over the land. There seems to be less stress in these last few weeks and months even leading up to it. And that was something to see with President Biden as well. I mean, welcoming President Trump back, and I was glad to see that in the Oval Office, saying, hey, welcome back, Donald, and all this. But if he was such a fascist, if he was such a threat to democracy, he's welcoming him in, lighting the beautiful fire behind him. They're just having the best of times. And it shows you that two things. Biden was not cognitively fully there, but also kind of this old Democrat playbook of the last, really since the inception of the party of 1828, but even in modern times. Oh, it's not personal, it's just politics. But why can you go and say things about people that are just plain out false? And it really does a disservice to those who actually suffered at the hands of the Nazis back in World War II.
Exactly. It's quite fascinating to see the developments that have happened just in the past. Now this is ending the third week of the presidency. It's been quite awesome to see all of the executive orders and all of the positive things happening for our country. Let's go to another sponsor, mybrightcore.com. So this is Brightcore, where Kimchi One is the product that you see there on the right side of your screen. Everything to do with gut health and immune support, but also anti-aging properties. A great product there, a probiotic that really goes a long way.
I'm actually going to put my order in today because I've been using this and I really love it to get my gut health going in the morning, and then it gives me all this energy. This is not just coffee. This is also, my personality mixed with a healthy gut. I'm really into this stuff. So buy two, get one free. Visit mybrightcore.com/RSBN. Give them a call as well, 888-722-0936. And Brightcore, again, made in the USA. So nice to have a wonderful patriot company. You know what you're putting into your body in the process. And again, the chronic disease epidemic, something that President Trump's candidate for Department of Health and Human Services, RFK Jr., eloquently stating in those hearings that the far left were so unfair to him regarding this. He said there's 60% of Americans with chronic illness. That has to change. There is not Republican kids. There's not Democrat kids. We need to create a healthy environment for them. And think about this too. I mean, Europe will not accept our poultry, accept our cows as well. So that's because of what's happening to the farmers, to the ranchers, to the soil being poisoned in this country. And, a decade or so ago, you could say, oh, it's a conspiracy theory. What's wild about people like RFK and others who have been so committed to the health of this nation, whether Republican or Democrat, and regardless of political ideology, these things have come true. He's fought his whole career against corrupt corporations, corrupt bureaucracy, whether that be in the federal or state governments. And he's really put his career on the line to make America healthy again.
And that's exactly why he will be sworn in hopefully soon for RFK Jr., right? I mean, as a Department of Human and Health, the Human and Health Secretary, as we are seeing Pam Bondi already sworn in. Looking forward to Kash Patel as soon as possible, because at the end of the day, why delay Kash Patel any longer? He's the one that President Trump has chosen. We're the ones that chose President Trump, and we want what he wants because we trust the guy. Those are facts, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just looking right now at the Senate website. That's where you can get the schedule on different committee hearings, different votes, and to watch what is clearly obstruction by the Democrats, and we see some of their House members over there at the Department of Education today. But this is where you can find all of their offices and where you can call their phone numbers. So as you're watching this, enjoying the coverage of President Trump and Prime Minister Ishiba getting together to spend the day together to talk geopolitical security, why not go to Senate.gov and call up these Democrats and demand that you want President Trump's cabinet fully intact for the safety of this nation.
Exactly. Well said. Perfect. 11:45 a.m. as we await the Prime Minister of Japan there. Of course, we are also 2 days away from the big game, as you call it, the Super Bowl. President Trump, the first sitting president to attend a Super Bowl. So that's Super Bowl 59 on Sunday. So looking forward to that, as today is Friday. So happy Friday to you.
Happy Friday. TGIF in Auburn, Alabama. There's nothing quite better.
Exactly. It's all good, and we're looking forward to seeing today's coverage with you as we bring you live coverage throughout the day, including this meeting that you're about to see. Then we'll have access in the Oval Office and then over to the East Room for the press conference. And then we'll be going to the Roosevelt Room of the White House for a faith office announcement by President Trump. Also, executive orders to be signed. So a full slate of coverage here, all live, pretty much all the time here at the network. We are pretty much live when it comes to, you look at Truth Social, you look at X, and we do post a lot of stories on there, some great writers here at the network. So you can really count on us for a lot of news coverage, especially within the Beltway in DC, but also if there's breaking news outside of the Beltway, we'll have you covered there as well when it comes to national stories and significant stories. Speaking of outside the Beltway, just from the office of the Vice President a little bit earlier today, I want to share with you some details that we learned that Vice President J.D. Vance will lead U.S. delegations to the Artificial Intelligence Action Summit in Paris, France, and the Munich Security Conference in Munich, Germany. The Vice President will deliver remarks at each event and will hold bilateral meetings with world leaders. It doesn't say specifically what date this is, but this is happening sometime soon for Vice President J.D. Vance. So a lot of foreign policy going on, obviously, as we see America first through it all.
Right.
I mean, because that is the number one foreign policy from the president, according to the team. They said to make sure it's benefiting the interests of America first. So, we're seeing a lot of that, and we're seeing obviously 4 live shots right now. One here in Alabama to your left there, the Eisenhower Executive Building outside the West Wing, obviously the U.S. Capitol, and then the White House right now at 11:48. And Robert, shifting gears kind of dramatically slightly, let's get back to the Chiefs game real quick. I mean, a lot of people will be watching that, but they'll be watching the president's interview, and I think that's good, regardless of what network he goes on, because at the end of the day, he gets his word out to a lot of people.
Right, because it is the most watched event in the entire year. They break records on a regular basis. Everyone getting together. I mean, truly, the following Monday should be, in a sense, a national holiday because so many people are enjoying time with family and friends, and rightfully so. Although America's pastime is baseball, clearly football, I think, is perhaps the number one sport in this country.
Yeah, 100%. Now, the question is it college football or is it the NFL?
And I would have to
debatable,
lean
right?
college football is a little bit slightly more entertaining for me, but I do enjoy pro football, of course.
Yep, right. Same here. So, well said. Perfect. I agree.
Something we agree on, although the Chiefs are going to, I think, pull out that beautiful song and take down the Philadelphia Eagles on Sunday. I'm just going by sheer numbers and statistics.
Eagles, Eagles. All right. So anyway, looking forward to that game, of course, and to see President Trump's interview. But speaking of records and ratings and all of that, I mean, more than 5 million people tuned in to Right Side Broadcasting Network for election night, more than 6 million for our inauguration coverage, and several 100,000 and upwards of 1 million on various events that we cover here. So it's great to see conservative media growing, but also it's comes down to the grassroots of this whole organization. RSBN is such a grassroots organization that really came from people here in Alabama that said, you know what, they're not showing the crowds, they're not showing the speeches, and they're not interviewing the people, and it's all edited and spun, and these mainstream networks, how they do what they do. Well, obviously, we're pushing 10 years now this summer, and it's great to be on the right side of history and to use our journalistic abilities here at Right Side. Let's go live there to Washington, D.C. I believe that is the Prime Minister, Shigeru Ishiba of Japan. Let's go live right now to D.C. Two world leaders meet, and now what's next is to the Oval Office, and as soon as we get that live feed, we'll go there live and hear any statements from both world leaders and also any of the reporters' questions and answer that kind of thing. I wish some of the reporters on the fake news side would just at least respect the fact that if there is a serious topic being talked about when it comes to maybe the Laken Riley Act the other day, or no men and women's sports, or whatever the topic is, that they would not try and do the off-topic questions. And having worked in the media for nearly 20 years now, I would always understand when somebody's trying to get an angle on something else and totally divert the whole reason of why somebody was there. And when it has to do with things like safety for our country, you don't need to be asking about, are you going to send troops to the Middle East? I mean, what you're just trying to stir the pot again.
Right.
And that's really all the left has, is just stir the pot. So what we're hoping for is just a lot more unity in this country, as President Trump is the president of all of America.
Well, I would agree with that too, Matthew. Sometimes people have an opportunity, whether it's early in their careers, they want to be those sharks or the wolves and be tough and get in there and get the question. But here's the thing about this administration. As White House Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt laid out beautifully just about 10 days ago in her first press conference, this is the most transparent White House press office in history. You can come to me, my door is open, and we have the best spokesperson for the American people right here at the White House, and that's Donald Trump. So to your point, stay on topic. With that laser focus, you have people who are answering your questions. Don't try to interrupt them. And we had this with Steve Witkoff and also Michael Waltz, the National Security Advisor, the other day. And Caroline had to remind them, hey, I shared it on my social media as well, on my Instagram. Can you act like adults and let them answer the question? And Security Advisor Waltz graciously said, well, thank you for corralling this situation, because nothing gets done when you're screaming over people. It's common sense.
Well, but I also like, because at the end of the day, there's freedom of speech and freedom of the press. So they obviously can do that. And the thing is if you try and do that against Karoline Leavitt or President Trump, you're going to see what happens to you when it comes to the verbal back and forth. We saw President Trump in the first administration, how he can make it happen. Just saying, stop your fake news. He just calls it out and moves on. I mean, it's just, don't even pick the fight. You know what I mean? And I'm talking figuratively, of course, with that, but quite wild. All right, so let's go to PatriotAddictDeals.com. Amazing products on there. The Trump Combat Knife as well, and other products on there. So you've been on there before. I know you bought the plane, the Trump Force One plane. Those are the knives there. You can get 30% off using the RSBN 30 promo code. Are there flags on there? What else is on there that you've seen?
So much good stuff relating to memorabilia from the campaign, or even unique combat knives like these. If you're a knife collector, as I am, this is a great go-to, and I may or may not have already secured my order. It's a problem. PatriotAddictDeals.com. It's really a good name for it, because if you care about this stuff, there's always a deal. What I can tell you too, especially with the plane, they will go. I mean, there's a limited availability, so make sure you scan that QR code now. And we get such great deals thanks to our sponsors here on the network, not only to give you this unbridled live desk access to inside and outside the Beltway, but also deals you won't find anywhere else, including places like Amazon. Claim your 30% off now using RSBN 30. And on top of that, this is the only place you can find these special, unique gifts that are made in America and are extraordinarily patriotic and also support people who share our values.
Exactly. PatriotAddictDeals.com. As we're about 5 minutes from the top of the hour, I think Robert's man cave might have a lot of stuff in it at this point because you order and order and order all of the products, which is great.
Yes. It's if I were to, and I'm not at all wanting this to end because life is so good, just to, Hillary Clinton and some others who might be listening. I love my life, but if you walk in and say I wasn't on this earth anymore, you would know exactly where I stood.
Exactly. It was great the other day. I was at a gas station, and the driver of a Ford truck in front of me had the Trump Vance sticker, and I'm getting out of my Ford, and I'm getting some gas, and I just said, "Nice Trump sticker," and he says, "Yeah, go Trump." And it's just, it's that camaraderie that all of us feel around the country when it comes to just, hey, you know what? Go America, go the United States, go freedom, go Trump, go the Constitution. It's very common sense, simple stuff, but that's really what it's about.
Yeah, especially here down south. I mean, you talk about it is plus 40 or so in the Cook PVI, one direction for a party, but that's something I've experienced down here. It's not like, oh, hi, I'm a Republican, or hey, I'm on the other side of the things. I'm an American. People wave to each other. We have common values. We share how we love sports, how we slow down on the weekends here to attend church as well. People are very much living with their hearts on their sleeves. And I think we found this really across the country. And I got to see it on the ground, seeing all of you wonderful people interviewing men and women on the street who care about this movement. And rarely did it come up, hey, I'm this political party. It's, I love what this man is doing and how he spread this American revival across the country. And to Eric Trump's point towards the end of the campaign, this is really a cultural movement. It's not so much political.
Exactly. While you're speaking there, I was thinking about travels to Iowa and New Hampshire and Arizona, just all these events that we've covered in Georgia and others. And it's great to meet like-minded people.
Right.
And then when I think about people that might be in line for, back in the day, like a Harris or a Biden event or whatever, and you hear the sound bites of what they're saying, I just really wonder if it's simple as this. Did they really just listen to the mainstream media for 15 straight years, and so did their parents, and so did their professors, and so did all their friends, and they thought it was cool because some of the elites were paid off and they're tweeting about it, celebrities, and is it just a mind game? Is it really just that woke mind virus? Is that the only reason why they're so saying these things? Like, from their heart, they probably don't agree with what they're saying in their mind. It's just a bit of a mix. Do you agree?
I agree, because of the power of media, and that's what we saw in the first term of President Trump, how people seemingly turned one direction because, oh, the TV said so. And there were journalists reporting fact that turned out to be opinion. And I think the most egregious was the Russia hoax. And if you watch the plot against the president, we know Kash Patel, the great future FBI director, was a key component in all of those things, what he uncovered while serving in Congressman Devin Nunes's office. So, I mean, he's a patriot in his own right. Thank you to Kash for everything you've put up with, sir, and continue to put up with against the far left and people who have an agenda. And that's what we learned, too. Wasn't so much Republican versus Democrat. It's we the people versus a deep state. President Trump pulled that curtain and now has inspired people to get involved in a cultural movement who otherwise probably would have never dreamed of engaging the DC swamp.
Let's go to a commercial. We'll be right back.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, just $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interviewed the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Welcome back to Right Side. It's 12:01 Eastern Time. Getting ready to see the President and the Japanese Prime Minister inside the Oval Office. So as soon as we see that live feed, we'll go to it. In the meantime, we know that the Prime Minister of Israel and the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, recently met as well.
That'd be wonderful for them to build up their relationship. I'm not sure how far that necessarily goes back. Just remember, it's really been October of 2023 since Mike Johnson really was recruited to be the Speaker of the House. It's interesting to watch that position, especially with Republican speakers since Newt Gingrich. It seems as if that's where the legislative career goes to the end for Republicans, at least. And this was someone, I think, who was the perfect pick with not only the conservative base of the Freedom Caucus and the movement, but also people who really respect Mike Johnson throughout Washington, D.C. And even Hakeem Jeffries, the minority leader for the Democrats, just saying how much we respect this God-fearing family man. Mike Johnson's a great figurehead for the United States.
All right, so let's go to the Prime Minister of Israel and Mike Johnson meeting just within the hour. What we're going to do here is that's about a 6-minute remarks playback that we're going to do for you. That just happened again within the hour. So if we see the President and the Japanese Prime Minister with that live feed in the Oval Office, we'll quickly break away from the remarks and we'll go right back to the live feed. So let's go to the Prime Minister of Israel and our Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, right now.
Good morning. I'm glad to see you all. We've been honored to host Prime Minister Netanyahu this week here on Capitol Hill to celebrate the remarkable progress over the past year and to renew, of course, our steadfast commitment to the U.S.-Israeli partnership. The Prime Minister and I have developed a strong bond since I became Speaker. I consider him a close friend, and we've spoken often. The first piece of legislation I passed after taking the gavel was a resolution of reaffirming the U.S.'s commitment to the security of Israel. And that was a very important gesture on our part. And of course, I was happy to pass the security assistance funding when Israel needed it the most. He and I speak regularly. We were honored to host my friend, the Prime Minister, in July for his historic 4th joint address to Congress, which tied for the record of all time. And that showed the world that Israel is not alone, and they won't be so long as we are governing here. Today we discuss the special partnership that we have between these two countries, and I thank Prime Minister Netanyahu for his unrelenting commitment to making the region and the world a safer place amid really extraordinary challenges. What Israel has done in the past 7 months really is a testament to what can be accomplished when we do not let the enemy set the rules. As Prime Minister Netanyahu said Tuesday at the White House, when our enemies see daylight between Israel and the United States, they will exploit it. And we all know that is true. And that's why strong, decisive leadership is so crucial in this time. President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu both understand that peace is secured through strength, not appeasement, and not by turning our backs on our allies. Before he even took office in January, President Trump and his team helped secure the ceasefire agreement and the return of American and Israeli hostages. This week, he announced a plan to exert maximum pressure on Iran and its proxies who terrorize the Israeli people and the world. This is what decisive leadership looks like. And with President Trump back in the White House and Republican control of Congress, America will not turn its back on our national security priorities. Our support for Israel remains ironclad. We are truly grateful to Prime Minister Netanyahu for joining us today, and I'll turn it over to him for a few remarks.
Mr. Speaker, Mike, thank you. I have developed, as you say, a very warm personal bond with you. I think you're an extraordinary leader. You have the job of passing historic legislation in zero time. So we exchange a few tips on how to do that because we both know what coalitions are. But I have to say that I'm impressed with your leadership, with your initiative, and for me, most of all, your friendship to the State of Israel, the Jewish people, the Jewish state. The American-Israeli alliance has never been stronger. I'm now completing a week in which began with an extraordinary meeting with President Trump. And under his leadership, the critical decisions that show his commitment and the American people's commitment to Israel have come to the fore instantly. First, he renewed immediately the supply of weapons that had been stopped, which we need as we're fighting for our future, for our existence, and for the broader Middle East in a seven-front war. He immediately released those weapons. He issued yesterday these sanctions on this scandalous and corrupt organization, the ICC, that threatens the right of all democracies to defend themselves by themselves. And he's done so many things in the interim, just in 2 weeks. But I was deeply moved by the reception that we got, the substantive things that we discussed, making sure that Iran never gets a nuclear weapon, and also making sure that Hamas is destroyed. We're not going to have a future for Gaza or for future for peace in our part of the world if Hamas remains there. We agreed on many things, but I think it sets the tone for this great strengthening of the American-Israeli alliance. It's not only an alliance between governments, it's an alliance between peoples. This is the house of the people. And you, Mr. Speaker, represent the American people that overwhelmingly support the State of Israel. You know, I was driving through Washington. I look outside. There are people on the sidewalks. They see, the limousines pass, and they all go like this. They all go like this. They all support. And I think, Mr. Speaker, that's the spirit that animates you and so many of your colleagues here. And I want to thank you again. And I want to say, you're invited to Israel this year in Jerusalem. I know you're busy, but find space to do that.
I can't wait.
You'll be welcome on a red carpet.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so that was within the past couple hours there with the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. Of course, we see that the Israeli Prime Minister actually was scheduled to be in Washington for about 48 to 72 hours, but extended his stay and, meeting with the Secretary of Defense the other day, of course, President Trump just the other day as well. So it's 12:08. We're going to get inside there and see the live video feed of the Oval Office. Always good to see that kind of just extra video here at the network.
Yes, absolutely. And then the Prime Minister saying to Speaker Mike Johnson, please feel free to come to Israel. We'd love to have you. So we'll see if he takes him up on that trip, perhaps a trip with President Trump in the coming months. And because I think before the end of the year, you'll see President Trump visiting Israel. He's been such a dear friend to the country. Exactly.
All right. So looking forward to seeing some more live coverage here on RSBN Live. Once again, I'm Matthew Alvarez alongside Robert McNeely, and we're about to tell you about a sponsor that I think if you missed the one from before that we talked about, we're going to do it one more time, RepublicanRed.com.
Yes, one of our favorites here at the network, and unless you do overnight shipping, you might not get it for the big game on Sunday. But regardless, great to have for a Wine Wednesday or just when you're having friends over. Maybe you want to bring it over to a Democrat friend's house too and just revel in the fact that common sense is now back in the deep swamp, whether that's the 119th Congress or even the White House itself. And we have a couple of brands here for you. 45-47s.
So that's a
Great collection.
sparkling wine, right?
It is, and this will have the Chardonnay, Pinot Noir in that, and the Cuvée, and a 2022 Central Coast Delightful bottle there for you that you could pop open for everyone. I'll read the toast as well. The golden age of America. We have taken the House, the Senate, and put our champion back in the White House. Let's raise a glass to the red wave and the power of American patriotism. The best is yet to come, all in caps.
This one's a red blend right here. Pretty awesome. 45-47 with the American flags within the numbers as well. So all you have to do is go to republicanred.com, use the promo code RSBN for a discount. All sorts of wines on there. And you know what? Let's just take an extra second here to go to the website as we await the Prime Minister and the President inside the Oval Office. So republicanred.com is the website. So let's see what kinds of other wines here. I mean, it's obviously featured on a number of spots, including Right Side Broadcasting Network. As we get through, the first thing says, are you 21 years old? I said yes, so I was clicking no for some reason. I'm more than 21, of course.
Biologically, but you know, it's childish humor. No, I'm kidding.
Robert McNeely, everybody. All right, so Patriot Starter Pack. Get this. You've got the sparkling wine, the Pinot Noir, cab here. It's family owned, made in the USA. I love how it says 100% woke free as well. 25,000 plus satisfied customers. Lindsay here says we brought it to share with friends. Everyone thoroughly enjoyed it. On and on and on. It's a great website. So really check it out, republicanred.com, and you can get some of your wine shipped to you today. Again, 100% American-made patriotic wines for the right side. So enjoy that, republicanred.com. The code is RSBN. All right, so good stuff. I mean, that's a gorgeous website. Look at that.
Oh, it really is. So nice and clean. You're on every major social media as well. And please like, share, and subscribe because it's family owned and they are true generational experts at wine. I love the craft of wine too. I mean, you really have to get in there and learn about it and also go through the seasons like anything else, pending what kind of varietal you're actually attempting to produce. And the Central Coast, arguably some of the best in the entire world for its growing patterns. So please support a great company. And again, much of your or a portion of your proceeds will actually go to Republican and conservative causes. So kind of works out nicely.
It definitely does. As you take a trifecta of live looks right there at the West Wing of the White House, right inside there, of course, you walk a little bit, you go to the Oval Office on the top left of your screen. You've got the beautiful Capitol there where, of course, our president was sworn in inside on that rotunda on January 20th. I mean, we're less than 20 days into this presidency, and again, so many executive orders signed. We'll continue to monitor that. There will be more later today. We'll have that as well. And then, of course, the front photo and the video there live of the White House as we await the Oval Office access. So many different stories we're following here at the network as well. The USAID scandal is unbelievable to see where our money was going. And that is stopped now thanks to President Trump. Also, it looks like the DOE, the Department of Education, a few of those Democrat leaders went out there and they tried to go into the building. A federal official was stopping them at the door. There was some words back and forth. We have that video from earlier as well, but I think right now that's subsided at this point. But again, just trying to stir the pot. If you've seen some of the Democrat leaders on the left outside in various events in front of a podium and just a few people behind them and a few people in front of them yelling and saying, we're going to fight for all, it's like, guys, come on. This is common sense that we're running on here in this country. No more of the drama needed.
Oh, exactly, 100%. But that's part of the Marxist playbook, and they are afraid of the Department of Education being abolished, which is a great plan, which will actually help serve the states and localities in these school districts, which you look at the modern era ever since, No Child Left Behind. It was awful legislation actually signed by a Republican president, George W. Bush, and it made national standards for testing across the board really all universal. And we know that one shoe does not fit all when it comes to such important matters of education. And the fact that a zip code should not determine your educational future. But these Marxists, which they are Marxists, want to destroy that for your child and for your student. They don't want educational freedom.
Yep, that's the video from earlier today. If you're just joining us right now, it says earlier today, of course, on the top right corner of that left screen, top left there. So, you know, that was earlier. We're looking at people like Maxine Walters and others out there just, you know, trying to get into the Department of Education, being upset that it might be abolished or upset that the education system's going back to the states and that kind of thing. So that was earlier today. I don't think at this point, because we don't see a live feed here, that that's still going on. Again, this was about 2 hours ago, but just wanted to point that out to you. Also, President Trump saying on Truth Social about 2 hours ago, I will be signing an executive order next week ending the ridiculous Biden push for paper straws, which don't work. Back to plastic, the president says. There you go. Getting the blow-by-blow right there when it comes to each executive order. A lot. I mean, you know, I think that more than 75 executive orders at this point.
Oh, yes. And I've never understood that, too, Matthew, especially out in California. We'll get a big plastic cup. Not that I wanted one, but say you go out to eat, go have lunch, what have you, and that paper straw comes in that big bottle of plastic. It's rather confusing because isn't that more to recycle than the straw itself? Then it starts melting and everyone's upset.
And the paper straws, let's be honest about that too. While you're sipping on lemonade or whatever you're drinking, it starts to get like mushy, and it's like you can't. It's just, I don't know, man. It's just wild. You have to laugh sometimes at this.
Really do.
Literally. I mean,
No.
You go woke, you go broke, and woke is a joke. It's just a joke, and it's just. I'm glad that we all decided, you know what? Let's get back to common sense, and we did on November 5th, making it too big to rig.
There's a great show out there now, too, and of course not sponsors of ours, just something I've been watching is Landman. Billy Bob Thornton was up for a Golden Globe with that show, but he plays a great Texas oil man out of Midland, Texas. Very entertaining and very true to form about that business and the roughneck nature of it. But make a long story short, he goes out to look at the windmills, and he says, these things aren't recyclable. You know how much oil you need in makeup, tennis rackets, going into all of this stuff. He goes, the real danger is the lithium batteries and this, that, and the other. And he really has a point. Of course, it's a fictional show, but shows the realities of the drill, baby drill, and the liquid gold under our feet that President Trump recognizes. The size of this nation can only run on natural gas and these oils that come up from underneath us, God-given, and we actually contain the most, whether it be in the Gulf of America, in the Lone Star State of Texas, all the way to the Dakotas, and even up in Alaska with Anwar. So drill, baby, drill. It's time to be energy independent again because it's a national security matter.
And it's time to do a live report from the Gulf of America as soon as it gets warm enough down there, which I think it's getting there even in February, which is quite interesting.
Right. So many great destinations, whether it be Destin, Florida, Rosemary Beach, St. George Island, 30A, here we come.
What about, Naples and all that, too? I mean, there's so many places to check out, of course, in the Gulf of America. Even over in Alabama, the Gulf shores are beautiful. Texas, I mean, it's just a great spot. Now, going from the coast up north to the border there, when it comes to Texas and others, we know that we're seeing a lot of Marines and soldiers there as well right now, just shoring up the border. If you're just joining us, we have a lot of different video and photos of our service members, making sure that the border is sealed and are also just adding barbed wire, whatever they can do at this point, as we look forward to seeing the entire wall built.
Yes, it's really promises made, promises kept, and President Trump has, in one way, shape, or form, in 18 days, hit all of those 20 promises. Not fully complete yet, but more work to be done in certain regards. But he has worked faster and quicker than most recent presidents, especially his predecessor.
All right, so we're awaiting the live picture and video from inside the Oval Office. As soon as we get it, of course, we'll go there. Let's go to mypillow.com, mypillow.com. If you'd like to get some gifts before Valentine's Day, there are plenty of them on that site. Mike Lindell, when we interviewed him one time here, he said there were more than 2,000 products on that site. And the RSBN promo code goes a long way, doesn't it?
It really does. I mean, look at 80% off most everything, over 2,000 products there, and you now have these great deals, 30% off the My Cross, My Towels and flannel sheets, going for $29.98 and $44.98 respectively. So give them a call over there at 800-836-7566 or mypillow.com/RSBN. And I can tell you, whether it was my tenure with Truth Social or even now here at Right Side Broadcasting, Mike Lindell and his team, great patriots, great people, just so cordial and professional. And this is all out of Minnesota. You know, they have great products from around the world, but everything gets manufactured right up here in the beautiful state of Minnesota, in America. And wow, what about those Giza Dream sheets? You have the My Slippers on today. And I love the My Pillows and My Coffee. It's a great way to start your morning.
Exactly. And Robert wasn't making a mistake there. I am actually wearing the slippers today because I brought in my suit and I forgot to bring my black dress shoes. So what I wore to work today, instead of sneakers, which I usually do, I wore the My Slippers. So I am wearing them. If you want to see them, you're going to have to scrub back to the other live read that we did earlier where I actually showed them. I'm not going to keep doing that all day. But anyway, so why don't we do this? All right, so it's 12:20. Getting ready again to go to the Oval Office. In the meantime, of course, one of the other things on the people's mind are the fun Super Bowl that's going to happen in 2 days. Also, the Department of Homeland Security down there with a lot of security. President Trump will be at the game, the first sitting president to do so. Director, can we still see a picture of the White House there? But I believe we have a live feed of the Superdome, but also on one of the live feeds, I'm seeing, I think, the Kansas City Chiefs stadium as well. And the reason why I want to bring that up is because it seems as if President Trump's rooting for the Chiefs, but he said on Truth Social earlier this morning that he's saying quarterbacks for both teams are great and he's going to have a good time there. And of course, you're wearing the Chiefs colors today.
I'm hearing something in the background. I think. Do you hear that? It's the best quarterbacks.
No, I'm hearing EAGLES.
Oh, okay, all right. Some
Eagles.
whispers happening behind us in Auburn. It's really interesting. A great football town in its own right, but an exciting game nonetheless on Sunday. Hope you can enjoy with friends and family. Take some time off, of course, go to church in the morning, but then enjoy this great tradition, Super Bowl 59. Truly our version of the Roman Colosseum. A bit more peaceful, but the gridiron where these gladiators of modern times come together to battle it out for gridiron glory. It's a wonderful game, and we have quite a superstar here in of himself. If you weren't with us in the prior hour, this gentleman was quite a quarterback back in his day, and even, I don't know, I'd like to see some of your skills right now, but that video, I mean, you have a perfect spiral.
All right, so I showed him some old football high school highlights that I looked up the other day, and the announcer saying, and here's Matt Alvarez. And by the way, I played for the Patriots in high school, and I played for the Colonials in college. So pretty cool. I had no idea that I'd be so involved in politics in the future. But just to bring it back down to earth here a little bit, I only made it to third string quarterback in Division I AA sports. So it wasn't like I was a superstar. Now, high school I did pretty good, though. I have to. Anyway, so there's the Superdome right there. I think also if we have the shot of the Kansas City Chiefs Stadium, if you want to put it up there, that's great. If not, it's all right. But looking forward to seeing the president at that game just 2 days from now. And we're getting ahead of ourselves. I know some of you are saying, hey, why are these guys talking sports? We're not off of a rocker. We're definitely sticking to a lot of live coverage here today, especially at the Oval Office as the Prime Minister of Japan meets up with the President. And then the press conference at about 1:10 Eastern. We'll have that live. Also at about 2 o'clock, the President from the Roosevelt Room will have an announcement about the Faith Office in the White House. And on top of that, more executive orders. And then we'll also see the president leave from Joint Base Andrews on Air Force One. So quite the Friday of coverage.
You know, Matthew, do you have a favorite moment of Marine One or even a special air mission that you can remember in recent history?
Well, I mean, I think it was in 2020 during the campaign season, obviously before the election there, where President Trump was in Pennsylvania. And Marine One was actually flying over the entire crowd there outside and playing, I think it was Clear, what was the one song, I'll have to remember what it is, Clear, what is it? I don't remember the song, but I do know that it was awesome. Anyway, so the Marine One, yes, Clearwater Revival, thank you. See, the producers here are great, you know?
Fantastic
You're
people.
swimming, you're trying, and they hook you up. So
Yes.
Clearwater Revival. Anyway, so U.S. Marine One flying right over. and then landing in front of everybody was quite awesome to see that. But you saw that live picture there of the Kansas City Chiefs Stadium and the Superdome, and just wanted to show that just in honor of Robert wearing the Chiefs tie.
Yes, it is going to be a big day on Sunday. Glad that President Trump can go and attend, and I'm sure he'll enjoy himself. As you saw on the campaign trail, whether it be pro football or especially the college sports, he had a great time really enjoying so many contests, including the Georgia-Alabama game. He was joined with Herschel Walker, the now ambassador to the Bahamas, and Senator Tommy Tuberville, the great Auburn coach. Katie Britt, also the junior senator from Alabama, attending, who was so crucial for getting those 12 bipartisan senators, those Democrats, to come over, support the Laken Riley bill as well. And I think Kid Rock was there, and some other high-profile MAGA individuals taking in that football on the campaign trail, something that President Trump really enjoys viewing.
And that reminds me of Iowa State versus Iowa when he went up to the Cyclones stadium as well. Okay, enough of the sports here, guys. We had to get some of that going because, of course, the fact that President Trump also posted something on Truth today gives us the open door a little bit to talk sports.
Absolutely.
But hey, it's a free world and free country, and I'm glad it is. All right, Tax Network USA, 800-357-1415 is the number there. You can settle your back taxes. Get on that right plan to do that too. Isn't that good? You know, if people maybe they missed in 2018 and it's been on the back of their mind, they can actually call and just get that taken care of.
Yes, protect yourself from the IRS. We know the last administration hired thousands and thousands of extra agents, many who harassed the American people. So settle your back taxes now and make sure you're not overpaying. TNUSA.com/RSBN or call 800-357-1415. The Patriot experts at Tax Network USA. Thank you for sponsoring Right Side Broadcasting.
And President Trump joking about those IRS agents going down to the border, the 80,000 of them. Who knows if that'll happen? But I mean, what we do know, and Director, if we could pull up the video from the southern border from earlier today, as we await the President and the Prime Minister in the Oval Office live, we know that the Marines are down there along with the soldiers shoring up that border. And we have that video for you. And maybe what we can do is, you know, sometimes you won't see this following thing thrown to in its raw form. So why don't we do that? Director, why don't we go to this with the audio up, and then if the President in the Oval Office comes in, we can cut to that as well. Okay, we need about 30 seconds to get that ready, but it's pretty cool with this video. There's no music underneath it. There's nobody talking. You just get a feel of really what it's like there on the border. So let's go there.
Try and keep it close to this side.
And a great occasion to see people actually able to do their job once again. I mean, this is totally a backlash to what Alejandro Mayorkas said on the border and what the last president said for the last 4 years, that they couldn't do anything about it unless there was congressional action, and that the Border Patrol actually supported them. I think the greatest highlight of the June 27th debate, when Biden was still in the race, was that he said, I had full support of ICE and Border Patrol. Immediately, the U.S. Border Patrol comm said, no, sir, we do not support what you are proposing, nor basically the lies you spread. They didn't put it in that context, but they said it's simply a falsehood. President Trump has the full endorsement of really all law enforcement. We saw that with the different unions. We saw that with Border Patrol and ICE and so many groups looking to secure the border. And how great is it to have a Homeland Security Secretary now, and Kristi Noem, not only on the raids with ICE in New York City, getting the worst of the worst out of there. These are people who committed child sex crimes, trafficking, possession of child pornography, but she's also on the ground helping with the Super Bowl, making sure New Orleans is safe for the great event on Sunday.
Exactly. So that's happening obviously in 2 days. She was there earlier in the week addressing the local media there, talking about various security apparatus and that kind of thing that'll be down there, but obviously not sharing all the plans. But obviously every Super Bowl for as long as they've been around, 59 Super Bowls, there's always been that very secure event that we've seen. And looking forward to that again on Sunday. So it's the bottom of the hour, 12:31 Eastern Time, February 7th. It's Friday. Thanks again for streaming in with us wherever you're watching, including those of you on Rumble right now. Those of you in the chats, if you want to have some fun, why don't you put who you think will win the Super Bowl? And if you don't care, say, I don't care. If you think the Chiefs will win or the Eagles will win. And also your favorite food from each city. Do you like cheesesteak more, Philly cheesesteak, or do you like the KC barbecue? Which one do you like more? Robert, you like the cheesesteak more, correct?
I would have to agree with that, yes. And because I got to go Texas barbecue, so Kansas City fails in that category. But shots fired.
You might want to tell Kansas City that you love them if they're watching.
I do. It's a great city. I love visiting. And if we ever do a show there, I'd love to have some of that barbecue. But I'm sorry, the Lone Star State beats you in that regard. And that cheesesteak, you just can't beat that either. I mean, it's almost like a Chicago Italian.
You have all of Texas right now cheering. I can hear it from Alabama. But anyway.
I have opinions. That's why I'm here.
That's a good way to put it. Exactly. Oh boy, that's funny. All right, 12:32 Eastern Time. Man, laughing a lot today on this Friday, but you know what? This is what's really good about laughter. We have somebody named Donald J. Trump that, even though he goes through so many crazy things that we've seen over the past 4 years, he's still able to joke about it. He's still be able to be light about it, laugh about it. And we have to make America smile again, make us laugh again. And Robert and I, we love comedy. I know a lot of you do too out there. And I've seen comedy shows. Sebastian Maniscalco from Chicago. He's great. Who do you like out there?
Yeah, he's one of my favorites. I really got a chance to, having spent some time out in LA, going to the Improv and seeing people, whether it was actually John Mayer of all people, sat next to him once he went up on stage. But Dane Cook, a little bit saucy, but actually a very nice guy. And that's the thing about these comedians. They are very kind and actually cordial in person because it's somewhat of an alter ego on stage. But I've always enjoyed stand-up. And we actually used to go to an open mic Wednesday nights in Atlanta when I was with True Social. And some of my colleagues actually started getting quite good at the 3-minute stand-up, which is hard to do. I think it's the hardest art form out there because you're anticipating, I have to laugh. I'm going to laugh. And when that falls flat, it's an uncomfortable moment. And those 3 minutes can seem like an eternity.
Yeah.
So
my wife and I saw Greg Gutfeld in Reading, Pennsylvania in September of last year. Pretty cool stuff. But anyway, it's fun to laugh. We're having a good time, obviously, here at the network. But we obviously cover a ton of various serious stories here at the network. We're just glad you're with us as we continue to expand at the network with various America First live reporting and breaking news within the Beltway, outside the Beltway of D.C. As we await the President of the United States and the Prime Minister of Japan. That live access in the Oval Office, we'll have that here shortly. And then, of course, later there'll be a press conference with the two leaders at the East Room. And then we'll have the president back at the Roosevelt Room for some various announcements and executive order signings. So if you'd like to follow us on Rumble, you can just go ahead and follow our channel on Rumble right now if you'd like. You can subscribe, of course, on YouTube and others. Follow us on X at RSB Network, on Truth Social at about 1.5 million followers and growing at RSBN. If you'd like to follow me, it's at Matthew Alvarez on Truth, and Robert Bobby McNeely on
Truth Social over at Robert B. McNeely, and then Instagram I post a lot, Robert McNeely TV. So come check out our stories and what we like to share with you, the American people. And then again, if you'd like to share anything that's happening in your neck of the woods, we'd love to follow those stories and be advocates for you out there, whether it's state or local legislation. And that's feedback at rsbn.tv. I also hope to see in my inbox some of your predictions on the score. So I'm 34-23. You were 23-17?
23-17.
Okay.
Exactly. So looking forward to that. And also, if there's other people that you may know of here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, if you look at who we're following on Truth Social, a number of people that you've seen on air and behind the scenes are on there as well. If you'd like to follow just as a family here at Right Side Broadcasting Network and as a news organization. So 12:35 Eastern right now, 11:35 in the Central Time Zone, and of course 9:35 out there on the West Coast. Thanks so much for streaming in with us. Let's get to some more of the news of the day. We know that the Prime Minister of Japan and the President are meeting together. We just saw the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, and the Prime Minister of Israel with their remarks. The other story that we were following was that Department of Education story outside the building there, where some of the leftist leaders are trying to stir the pot, trying to go in to have a meeting. A federal official didn't let them in. That subsided at this point, but that goes to show what we've seen for the past 3 days straight, ever since the USAID kind of scandal thing, with all the money going all over the place, nothing good for us, but good for just democratic causes. We've only seen them trying to drum up people to be upset at what President Trump is doing, and what he's doing are good things, and it's interesting to see the playbook.
Well, I think about this too with Randy Weingarten. She was running the teachers union, and how atrocious they were during COVID. The Chicago Teachers Union, in fact, shut down schools for over a year, and a lot of these students were relying on that second meal of the day, in some cases the first meal of the day, both parents working jobs, and you had a serious failure on the part of the Chicago public schools. I'd like to remind you, too, for starting teachers, some of the highest salaries in the country, but again, some of the biggest failing schools in all of the land. And it's simply unacceptable. They actually instructed their employees, don't post photos of vacations you might take, say, to Hawaii, say, to Los Angeles, a warmer climate outside of Chicago during those winter months. And see, all this money is tied into large amounts of federal funding. We're finding more and more out with USAID, and even President Trump joking at the prayer breakfast this week that, Politico has a seat here, and Politico received all of this money from taxpayer benefits. So in essence, state-run media. He said, I hope you're enjoying your breakfast this morning. So
okay, let's go to the Oval Office right now. All right, they're saying stand by, but this will be moments ago. In just a second, we'll send to it as soon as they have it. All right, they're asking us to stretch a little bit more. We'll do it until we get that feed up and running. We see that the live feed is ready to go. So awaiting the Oval Office as, okay, now let's go now.
年がありますけれども、これはひとえに米国の税制があるからだと思います。ですので、こういった業務というものはこれからもどんどん進んでいくことを期待します。トヨタ氏ですけれども、私は彼に会ったこともありますし、彼は私の友人でもあります。ぜひとも彼によろしくお伝えしていただければと思います。また、貿易赤字に関してなんですけれども、今、日米の間で100億ドルほどの貿易赤字があります。これは日本が素晴らしい交渉力を持っているからだと思うんですけれども、これを均衡に戻す必要があると思いまして、これは各国とも私は常に言っていることですけれども、貿易をその均衡に戻す、これが一つの私の策でもあります。
To what extent will you discuss North Korea today, sir?
That'll always be a topic, especially with Japan. We will be discussing North Korea. and many other things. We'll be spending pretty much the day, but that's always a topic.
Mr. President, have you changed your mind about the sale of U.S. steel?
No, I think we're going to be discussing that today. No, I haven't, and I hear we'll have some pretty good information on that. You might want to go, please.
Tariffs an option, Mr. President?
Have you? Okay.
President, are tariffs an option if the deficit doesn't get to equilibrium or to equality?
Yes, they are.
Mr. President, can you discuss what your plan is for reciprocal trade? Are you signing an EO on that today?
I'll be announcing that next week, reciprocal trade, so that we're treated evenly with other countries. We don't want any more or any less. So I'll be announcing that next week. And many other things having to do not even with trade, but other things. But I'll be talking about reciprocal trade sometime next week. We'll have a news conference and we'll lay it out. Pretty simple.
Every single country?
It affects everybody. Yeah. Reciprocal. Yeah. We'll be talking about that next week.
関税を課すという話になっているんですけど、関税が課されることについてはどのように考えていらっしゃいますか？
お互いにそれが利益になるようにということが重要なことだと思っております。合衆国の発展、そして日本国の発展、そのために有益な制度となることを期待をしておりまして、具体的なことについてはまだこれからということになります。
I understand that the key point in this regard is to make that for mutually beneficial. That means that would benefit the development of the United States as well as the development of Japan. And I do hope that whatever measures and actions should meet this criteria, meaning that serving the interest of both countries. But as to specifics, I understand that we are going to have further discussion.
Correct.
Mr. President, are there any specific concessions that you will be asking for from Japan that you can share?
We'll be having. I think it'll be very easy for Japan. We have a fantastic relationship. I don't think we'll have any problem whatsoever. They want fairness also.
それはうまく進むと思います。日本は素晴らしいパートナーですし、彼らもことがスムーズに進むことを期待していると思います。これは双方にとってです。
Mr. President, do you have a reaction to the new Time magazine cover that has Elon Musk sitting behind your Resolute desk?
タイムマガジンにイーロン・マスクが大統領の机の後ろで座っている写真がありますけれども、それに関するコメントは何かありますか？
Is Time magazine still in business? I didn't even know that.
まだタイムマガジンは廃刊じゃないんですか？
Elon is doing a great job. He's finding tremendous fraud and corruption and waste. You see it with the USAID, but you're going to see it even more so with other agencies and other parts of government. He's got a staff that's fantastic. He's wanted to be able to do this for a long time, and everybody else knew it was existent, but I think never so much when you look at USAID. That's a fraud. The whole thing is a fraud. Very little being put to good use. Every single line that I look at in terms of events and transactions is either corrupt or ridiculous. And we're going to be doing that throughout government. And I think we're going to be very close to balancing budgets for the first time in many years. I think we're going to be very close to, in addition to monies coming in from tariffs, et cetera, But he's doing a very good job. I'm very happy with it.
Will you put Elon Musk up on the podium for us to ask him some questions, Mr. President, at any point? Will you put Elon Musk up on the podium for us to ask him some questions?
Oh, sure. He'll be. He's not shy. Elon's not shy.
Any further deliberations on Gaza, sir? The timetable for a takeover?
No deliberations. It's been very well received, where basically the United States would view it as a real estate transaction, where we'll be an investor in that part of the world. And no rush to do anything. We wouldn't need anybody there. It would be supplied and given to us by Israel. They'll watch it in terms of security. We're not talking about boots in the ground or anything, but I think the fact that we're there, that we have an investment there, I think would go a long way to creating peace. We don't want to see everybody move back and then move out in 10 years. This has been going on for 50 years, much more than that. We just want to see stability. That would be having us have that particular piece in that particular location, I think would show great stability and would lead to great stability in the area for very little money, very little price, and we wouldn't need soldiers at all. That will be taken care of by others. And the investments are taken care of by others also. So for no investment, I mean virtually no investment whatsoever, it would bring stability to the area, and others can invest in it later on. But we're in no rush on it. There's absolutely no rush.
President Trump, do you believe DeepSeek is a national security threat, and how do you plan to collaborate on AI initiatives?
On where?
DeepSeek, do you believe it's a national security threat?
No, I think it's happening. I mean, it's a technology that's happening. It's actually, I think we're going to benefit if it's correct what's going on now, that it'll be a lot less expensive. The AI we're talking about will be a lot less expensive than people originally thought. That's a good thing. I view that as a very good development, not a bad development.
Mr. President, on autos specifically, in your first term, you tried to tariff autos. Is that on the table still? Are you trying to do that in your second administration?
Auto tariff?
Auto tariff?
Oh, yeah, sure. That's on the table. That's always on the table. It's a very big deal. Because we are, we have cases where we don't supply autos and other countries do, and we have to equalize it. We have to stabilize it and equalize it.
Will you have Vice President Vance meet with President Zelensky next week while he's in Europe?
I will probably be meeting with President Zelensky next week, and I will probably be talking to President Putin. I'd like to see that war end for one primary reason. They're killing so many people. You're losing millions of people on a battlefield. In this case, mostly the battlefield. You have 800,000 or 900,000 Russian soldiers are dead and very badly wounded, and the same thing with Ukraine. You have probably 700,000 with Ukraine. The numbers they gave are a little bit lower than that, but I believe those numbers aren't correct. I'd like to see it end just on a human basis. It's terrible what's going on. They have open fields with no protection. The only thing a bullet can hit is a human body, and the human body dies as soon as it gets hit. Now, I'd like to see that end. It's a ridiculous war. It would have never started if I were president. That war would have never started. Putin would not have started that war if I were president. And by the way, you wouldn't have had October 7th if I was president either. That mess would not have started. But no, I would very much like to help out. One of the things we're looking at with President Zelensky is having the security of their assets. They have assets underground, rare earth and other things, but primarily rare earth. And we want to have security. Really, we want security because, as you know, Europe is putting up much less money than us. NATO, Europe, call it whatever you want. And we're at probably 300 billion plus, and they're at probably, the real number is 100 billion. That's a lot of money, but it's 200 billion less than us, and there's an ocean in between. They need it more than us, so we're asking them to equalize and get even. But we're also asking President Zelensky for the security of, we're putting all this money up, and we're saying, where does it stop? And yet, we want to see it out to an end. We want to see it end. But we are going to be asking for the security, and we've already told him, of an equal amount of something where our money, I mean, the American taxpayer is in for $300 billion. Biden never negotiated. He never told Europe to put in more money. And it got out of hand, just like NATO. NATO, we were paying almost 100% of NATO. When I first came in, everybody was taking advantage of the good old United States, but not anymore. So what, and now, if you speak to the Secretary General of NATO, who was very nice when he was here 2 weeks ago, he said what Trump did was amazing. He got everybody to pay. And to do that, you have to ask, and Biden never asked. So we're in for probably close to $200 billion more than Europe, and yet obviously it affects Europe much more than us. So we would like them to stay to equalize They have to go more. And from our standpoint, we do want security and all this money that we're putting up.
And you're speaking with him next week, sir? Is that what you said? You're going to speak.
He may meet next week, yeah. Whenever he'd like. I'm here. I'm here. Could be Washington. Well, I'm not going there.
Are you planning to meet with President Putin, or are you just planning
It could
a
be,
phone call?
it could be. We've always had a good relationship. President Putin and I have always had a good relationship. That's why it's so sad that it happened. This would have never happened if I were president. It's so sad to see it happen. So many dead people. By the way, so many cities are demolished. They're like, you talk about Gaza? Well, take a look at Ukraine. So many of those cities are demolition sites. Demolished. So sad. Should have never happened. All those beautiful golden domes, but much more importantly, all those beautiful people are dead. And it should have never happened. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Brad. Let's go, guys. Come on, guys. Hey, let's go. Thank you, guys. Let's exit. Thank you, guys. Let's go, guys. Out this way. Guys, let's go. Come on. Thank you. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Guys, let's go. Move, guys. Guys, let's go. Guys. All right, guys, come on. All right, thank you, guys. Let's go. Come on, guys. Let's go. Let's go. Guys, let's go. Come on. Out.
And we see the Vice President there with Susie Wiles, the Chief of Staff, and Secretary Hegseth, along with the Japanese Prime Minister, Ishiba, and his staff as well. I'm sure the ambassador there to the United States from the Empire of Japan, and a good people. You see just the way, the amount of respect for one another, and it is a warm culture. And President Trump actually going into questions with the American and Japanese press regarding even meeting potentially with Vladimir Putin in Russia as well, and that chaos that took place over the last couple of years. And President Trump saying that October 7th in Israel and the Ukrainian-Russian conflict would have never happened if he was president. And I think the last 18 days proved that.
Exactly. All right, so we're about 9 minutes from the top of the hour. So what's next here? The president will hold the bilateral meeting with the Prime Minister of Japan, and then they'll also go to a lunch in the cabinet room together. And after that, it's slated for 1:10 for the press conference, but that's already 20 minutes away or less than that. So that might be shifted over a bit. So again, this is all live coverage. That there was moments ago in the Oval Office. What happens is if there's usually no live feed into the Oval Office, it's just recorded and then seconds later sent back to various networks, including ours, as we can bring it to you as soon as we turn it around. So that was that. And we will have the live press conference, though, at the East Room of the White House as soon as that happens here. So mybrightcore.com, a great website and a great product. Kimchi One, Robert, Kimchi One.
Yes, buy two, get one free. mybrightcore.com/RSBN, 888-722-0936. I'm about to order some more myself. I've been enjoying this the last month with gut health and immune support that will make a huge difference throughout your day. A great way to start off every morning. It's almost as essential as that first cup of coffee. So visit mybrightcore.com/RSBN. Brightcore, made right here in the United States.
And if you buy two, you get one free. Great sponsor here at the network. Also at 2 o'clock, the president will make a faith office announcement and sign executive orders there in the Roosevelt Room. So it'll be great to see more live coverage throughout the day from 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. We'll also go to Maryland, where Joint Base Andrews is, of course, and President Trump will be arriving there on Marine One to get aboard the Air Force One to head down to Florida to the Winter White House. So this is just the third week of his presidency. And man, oh man, has it been quite the 21 days.
Yes, nonstop. And in that Oval Office meeting with the Prime Minister focused on many different things, including the sale of U.S. steel as well. So we might see a renaissance once again with that great industry. And that was really a highlight of President Trump's campaign, whether he was in Michigan or North Carolina, really throughout the country, talking about car production, building more manufacturing and the infrastructure base within the United States. And the selling of steel, a huge thing, whether it's for national security or just a boost to this economy. So people in the steel industry, I'm sure, will very much appreciate that. So we might be expecting a nice large deal between the United States and Japan in regards to the importing and exporting of specific goods.
All right, so Japanese media reports, according to the Mainichi newspapers company, the Prime Minister of Japan said, quote, "Since it's going to be our first face-to-face meeting," according to him and the president, of course, "I hope to build trust with President Trump," Ishiba told reporters at his office. He also said he wants to confirm with Trump that the U.S.-Japan cooperation will contribute to the development and peace of the Indo-Pacific region around the world, and also the Taiwan Strait and elsewhere. I mean, it's a whole foreign policy that, you know, us at America, we're looking at obviously America first, but again, President Trump's foreign policy, the first policy there is to make sure it surrounds the interests of the American people. So we're seeing a lot of news come at us quickly here at the network, but at the end of the day, a lot of live coverage.
Well, and what the people of Japan deal with on a regular basis is the fact of, you know, historical enemies, but also a completely different situation now. The Chinese Communist Party has taken over so much of not only Asia, but you've seen their influence in Africa and throughout Europe and really the world, and they caused the horrible coronavirus to really shut down the world for a period of time, including some, sadly, in the deep state who contributed to the gain-of-function research as far as we know. But China being a huge threat in the Indo-Pacific, and especially with Taiwan and regarding their independence. So it's nice to have another leader who has a massive GDP. Just like the United States, they are within what you consider the G8 of the top 8 economies in the world, having the same really worldview of peace through strength with President Trump. The Liberal Democrat Party of Japan is very similar to the U.S. Republican Party in the idea of being right of center and populist, and really wanting to sovereignly make their nations great again, keep them safe and secure, but also through a peaceful stance, but a tough stance, with those around the world as well.
And speaking of the global economy, President Trump saying, quote, "I'll be talking about the Reciprocal Trade Act sometime next week." That, according to what he just said there in the Oval Office. So getting a lot of news today. I mean, every time the president is doing something, there's obviously, it makes headlines not only in this country, but around the world. The question is, where are people going for their news? And we're seeing a big drop-off in ratings through the mainstream networks, and we're seeing an increase on the side of conservative media, because at the end of the day, I know you guys want common sense, truth. You want the solid reporting that is, you know, unfiltered, and especially from people that are like-minded in the sense of common sense journalists here at the network.
Right. We call it like we see it, but we'll also tell you our own analysis, our own opinion, but also bring to you in real time what's happening as a live desk now. It's a nice programming note. If you haven't joined us since the rallies last year, we are moving somewhat away from that, although we've had 2 rallies in the new year, once right before President Trump took the oath, and then, of course, the one in Las Vegas a couple of weekends ago. And we'll always go to those if President Trump is holding a rally to meet with supporters. At the same time, we're bringing you everything inside and outside of the Beltway. So this is a true live desk where you can go to and watch things like what happened in the Oval Office. Other networks just simply don't do that, or they might comment here or there. But in some cases, they just flat out ignore what the president's doing on a daily basis. We will show you everything right here at Right Side Broadcasting.
And specifically the White House press briefings that are important because, you know, Carolyn Leavitt, obviously in line with the Make America Great Again movement, the freedom movement, our country. I can guarantee you, and I've seen it in the past with various cable outlets and others, they'll go to the press briefing for just a little bit, but if it goes off topic or something that they don't want to really air, they'll dip right out of that coverage. We won't do that here. We're going to have it from start to finish. So it's great to have that opportunity and that free airtime, if you want to call it that, to stream that to you live. Obviously, nothing really is free except for indirectly, and a side note, the gift of salvation is free if you just accept it. But anyway, the point is, we'll have all of this coverage here for you from start to finish, and it's great to have America First news happening to cover positive things happening. You know, the news usually wants to report on, oh, it's the bad stuff, and this leads because it's this terrible story. Well, unfortunately, we do have to cover some of those stories, but we're going to do it more in a context here of, hey, what does the president say about this? What does the Pentagon say about it? What does the White House press secretary say? What does the State Department say? There's so many ways to look at this, and it is not through complexity. And I saw a comment before about complexity, and that usually can lead to where it is the false narrative or it is more fraud and it's all confusing. Guys, we're not going to be that way to you. We're going to be straight up with you, as we are we the people, just as you are. As it is the bottom of the hour, actually the top of the hour, 12:59 on the East Coast. For Robert McNeely, I'm Matthew Alvarez. We'll see you on the other side of this break.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed, because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Good afternoon from Right Side Broadcasting Network. This is RSBN Live. I'm Matthew Alvarez.
And I'm Robert McNeely. We are awaiting a press conference from the East Room with President Trump and Japanese Prime Minister Ishiba at the White House. And they've been together now for about 90 or so minutes, meeting in the Oval Office. And of course, Secretary Hegseth of the Department of Defense and Susie Wiles, of course, the Chief of Staff, and Vice President Vance joining in with the Japanese delegation.
So it's been quite the global week at the White House, of course, with the Prime Minister of Israel there the other day, Benjamin Netanyahu, now the Prime Minister of Japan, Shigeru Ishiba there. Again, this will be the second press conference in the East Room, so quite interesting to see the Q&A back and forth, but also the statements made by the Japanese Prime Minister as they want to strengthen their relationship with the United States. And we'll bring you all of that live coverage as we get it. On top of that, at the Roosevelt Room a little bit later, how cool is it that the president is going to make an announcement about a faith office within the White House?
It's exciting because the last 4 years, God and the Bible, that was thrown out the window. In fact, people were persecuted and in many cases, literally prosecuted, thrown into jail without receiving a speedy trial for simply protesting outside of Planned Parenthood. We had 23 pro-life protesters who have been freed, pardoned, and commuted by President Trump. And thank God that happened, because these people had their First Amendment rights violated under the Biden regime.
And many non-violent J6ers, of course, and 6 commutations there, but about 1,500 citizens set free. So, you know, common sense winning, the truth winning, as we continue to cover it here at the network. And Just a reminder, we obviously are supporters of this administration. I am personally, I know Robert is as well. But outside of that, though, we want to cover everything that's actually happening, too, in the sense of we love truth and common sense. So we're going to stick to that. That's what we're beholden to here. Obviously not paid by anybody other than our sponsors, just to be able to say, hey, to give us the ability to bring you the live coverage. That's it. They don't give us a script of, hey, you have to say these specific things. It's none of that. It's basically the op-ed situation that you guys see in television and in newspapers. We have that aspect of it, but we also have the factual parts of reporting that we have, just like you're seeing today at the White House, as we bring you a lot of live coverage. A lot of it, to that point, brought to you by angelpace.com. So all you have to do is go to angelpace.com. They're based in Spring, Texas. They hire military veterans. It's a great product as well. Just go to angelpace.com and use that RSBN promo code. There's still 7 days until Valentine's Day, Robert.
Right, and a great gift for a significant other. And don't you worry, ladies, this is a great option for the good guys in your life, too. They have a Manly Men black bottle. So, gentlemen, I have tried out these products, and they work. Non-GMO, no chemicals, so they go on your skin. You don't have to worry about bad stuff being absorbed in this Make America Healthy Again era. And you can still grip that tackle box if you have to go ice fishing this time of year. So experience the miracle at angelpace.com. They're outside of Houston, Texas, in the beautiful suburb of Spring, Texas. Christian owned and operated. They hire U.S. veterans as well. So great patriots at Angel Paste. And they actually have a natural cream that repels mosquitoes because you get a lot of them down there in Houston.
Definitely. So angelpaste.com, great sponsor here at the network and a great product as well. 105 Eastern. Thanks again for streaming in with us as we are counting down the time to the press conference there in the East Room of the White House. We'll bring you that live. And a few other live events happening today. We're also counting down until Super Bowl 59, where President Trump will be on Sunday, the first sitting president to do such a move there, which will be quite awesome. Usually, again, back in the old days with the Super Bowls, the coaches would get a call, or the team would get a call by the president. This time, will he show up in the locker room after the game?
Oh, yeah, you never know, because he's one who is clearly excited about the game. We saw on True Social about the two great quarterbacks competing, one of the best running backs and the best tight end in football history. So it's exciting to see all of the rivalries and an unprecedented attempt that the Chiefs might go 3 in a row here. That's pretty amazing to think about.
Yeah, definitely. And was it the 49ers? See, I'm a 49er fan, but back in the 80s, did they win 3 in a row? I don't recall, but now I'm thinking about basketball as well. The Chicago Bulls did a three-peat.
We did 2 3-peats in the 90s.
I love how he says we did 2 like he played on the team or something.
That was part of it. As an 8-year-old. No, it's really, it was special growing up in Chicago, during that time and seeing all the excitement. And I recently actually caught an interview with Michael Jordan and Charles Barkley talking about that era, especially basketball and how pro sports have changed a bit. And back then, if you've watched things like Air regarding the Nike deal with Jordan, Nike at the time, pretty much an unknown company in the Pacific Northwest. Jordan signs on with them in the early 80s. And they had to prove on the court what they could do before those contracts really kicked in. Now, it's a little bit different with, I'll give you all this money, then go and do that. So he was talking about, at least in basketball, how some of the incentive is taken away in the work ethic aspect.
Yeah.
And that's why it was just, if you have a chance, go watch The Last Dance that came out during COVID in 2020. It's all the old footage of the 90s Bulls. And wow, they were such a great team and something great to watch growing up.
I mean, Robert and I have talked about this, and those of you sports fans out there, when it was like Game 6 back in the day against the Utah Jazz, and the announcer would be so chill about the Utah Jazz at the Chicago games. He'd be like, the coach for the Utah Jazz is, and he'd be monotone. And then he's like, and now for your Chicago Bulls. It was all just quite the time there in Chicago. And you have to watch the video on YouTube if you haven't seen it. Also, the president talking about various things like the cup for the soccer, the World Cup coming to Atlanta.
Right.
He's excited about that, of course. You hear the president talk about so many things in these various meetings. He takes it where he wants to take it at the end of the day, doesn't he?
Right, he really does. And injecting a lot of comedy and jest into it, but to get that truth across. And it's one of the ways he has become such an effective communicator and bringing people to the movement as a result. So you can always catch that at True Social or, the different mediums that the White House are on, whether it's President Trump's direct accounts or the White House communications team itself, which is doing just an extraordinary job, especially the press office under the leadership and guidance of Caroline Leavitt. Right.
Already 3 press conferences in the history books and batting 1,000 there, of course, for Team USA. As we look at some of the posts on Truth Social for our network, RSBN, of course, President Trump saying in the Oval Office moments ago, I would like to see that end. It's a ridiculous war. It would have never started if I were president. Obviously, President Trump referring to ending the Ukraine war as well. So let's shift over to Patriot Addict Deals, another great sponsor here at the network. All you have to do is go to patriotaddictdeals.com. Use RSBN 30 for 30% off the great product that you see there, the Trump Combat Knife. If you'd like to use the QR code, pretty easy to do as well. And I'm going to try and do that while you continue on with the Patriot Addict Deals.
Yes, I think it's a great idea to do. You can QR code scan that right there, Matthew, for RSBN 30% off that code at checkout. And these are limited edition items. Another great website to see everything there that showcases this movement and great collectibles as well. It's another place I love to go to make sure the man cave is completely filled with everything I believe in. So another great angle of patriotaddictdeals.com. Get your limited edition Trump Combat Life today.
Yeah, just wanted to try the QR code on the screen, just like some of you might have, and it works really well. patriotaddictdeals.com. All right, so 12:10 here on, actually 12:10 Central. I'm looking at the Central time phone here. It's 1:10 Eastern time there in the East Coast, of course, the White House, as we get ready for this press conference that'll take place. And it was scheduled for exactly now, actually, 1:10 Eastern. Mm-hmm. But of course, a little bit of a delay in all of that. So we'll bring it to you as we get it. So we do know, of course, when it comes to the economy, with President Trump, the other day, actually just yesterday, the White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt talking about the no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security benefits, and on. That being announced soon by the president. So it's going to be more executive orders and more things in the law that are really going to help the dollar here in this country.
Yes, it's all about deregulation. It's all about getting rid of a bloated bureaucracy. And we now know that it looks as if 60,000 plus federal employees are agreeing to leave the federal government, a push by the Trump administration to streamline the size and scope of the federal government. And this is really unprecedented because even President Reagan said, which it was his birthday yesterday, marked 114 years, his birthday, the Gipper, such a legend who started a great cultural revolution and peaceful movement, just as President Trump has done. But he mentioned back in his tenure, the closest thing to eternal life on earth is a government program. It's hard to get rid of. And President Trump really showing how to do that. And that's why you had the far left protesting outside the Department of Education today, because it's all coming to an end. The Federalist president, the people's president, bringing power back to the states.
Exactly right. President Trump always said, or at least in the campaign trail, that this will be, quote, the most America First administration in history. And he's always said the best is yet to come. Of course, that was said early on in 2016, 2017 as well. But we're seeing that time and time again. All of these America First priorities and the agenda there, it's happening. And he said it's going to happen at historic speed and strength. And that's really what we're seeing right now, is this ultra speed and this news cycle, guys. I don't know if you've been really sticking to every little detail, but there's so much going on when it comes to the amount of executive orders. I mean, this is lightning years past and fast compared to Sleepy Joe and that slow molasses move of anything, and really nothing really even done positively for the American people.
Right. It hindered the American people. And what's wild about it is, especially on the border, we've seen that if Joe Biden just did not touch the border, did not have Alejandro Mayorkas, who clearly had an agenda, and again, they kept passing the blame onto Congress as if they could not do anything about it. President Trump has proven he sent Marines down to the border. He sent the Army Corps of Engineers, and they're finishing the wall and building out all of that big, beautiful barbed wire to make sure the bad guys don't come over. And it's sad. It's a humanitarian crisis. In addition to this, 80,000 of the roughly 325,000 children lost on the border in the last administration have apparently been identified in the last 18 days. And that's thanks to the courageous work of people like Kristi Noem at Homeland Security and Pete Hegseth, of course, the Pentagon. Reforms happening quickly. And the cabinet, he has surrounded himself with people who don't need these jobs in order to climb up their resume and just have another thing on there. No, these are people who are experts in their field.
Great point. And also, to your point, the great Tom Homan, the border czar. I mean,
Yes.
this guy, man, he's seen what it's like on the border, and he's been affected by it, and he wants to make a change, and that's what he's doing. He says that ICE is out there doing the best they can to apprehend any illegal immigrants, but also specifically the criminal element of this. We're seeing, I don't know if we have the photo from just yesterday, Director, the photo of the first and second flights of Guantanamo Bay by our military, sending illegal aliens, criminals, including Trende Aragua, are sent now to Guantanamo. This is actually happening before our eyes. So if we have that photo from yesterday, great. If we can't locate it, that's all right. But we could also show maybe video of the southern border as they continue to bring up that barbed wire to shore that border. We spoke a lot about, during the campaign trail, all of the sealing of the border. That's what President Trump wanted to do, as you see that picture on the left side of your screen there. I mean, it's actually happening. It's almost like you don't need to hear us say any more right now. It's like, just look at the picture.
Right, yeah, it's all going down and going to Guantanamo Bay to be held, and rightfully so. I mean, some of these people will be prosecuted under United States jurisdiction. Others will be accepted back to their home countries, whether it's El Salvador, Colombia. We've seen that in the meantime. Rick Grinnell leading that special envoy, that mission down to Venezuela, of course, and recovering 6 hostages that were stuck down there. So much has changed in 2.5 weeks, and for the betterment of society. Of course, the hostages continue to be released from the Israel-Gaza conflict as well. We know Hamas has come into the area. Israel fighting back strong against Hezbollah and the Houthi rebels, all funded by the Iranian terror regime. And that's why President Trump wants to leave things like the Green New Scam with the French deal, or the Iranian funding of nuclear weapons that Barack Obama and Joe Biden once did. Either they were asleep at the wheel, or grossly negligent, or there was an agenda. And I think it's really all the above at this point. That's what time has told us, and that's what the evidence is showing.
Exactly. And what you're looking at there is San Ysidro, California, outside of San Diego. I'll tell you, that area, both by land and by sea, is really doing a great job there on the border. Seeing, obviously, the Marines there doing that, putting up the wire, but also the U.S. Coast Guard. A huge shout out to the Coast Guard all across, especially our southern border, everywhere from California all the way around up to Texas, on the other side of Texas, all the way back around Florida and on the Atlantic. Because we've interviewed the sheriff in Florida saying, hey, we work with the Coast Guard out there. Our county sheriff deputies are trying to help the administration right now just to get people that are illegally trying to enter this country. If we also have that video, which we played a few times last week, but those of you that haven't seen it, Director, if we can locate that as well, the video of the apprehension outside of San Diego off the coast there, where the Coast Guard apprehended, I think it was 14 illegal aliens, all 18 and older, all males, headed, trying to get into our country out of Tijuana. We can go to that as well. As we wait for the President and the Prime Minister there, you're looking live at the East Room of the White House as they're getting all set up for that press conference. So if we can go to that other video with the vessel intercept, we can play that in full, or at least on a split screen, great. If not, it's still interesting to see all of the things happening that are trying to secure our country.
Yeah, so much happening in the last 18 days. It's amazing to think that President Trump has been in office for such a short period of time, but has wasted no time in affecting his agenda and enacting his agenda for the American people, whether that be legislatively with signing the Laken-Riley Act into law, or even with all these executive orders, which he has purview over. And frankly, the Democrats cannot fight against, because not only are they common sense items that help the American people, but it's within his executive authority.
Exactly, and that's great to have that kind of power, but he's using the power for good. Isn't that awesome?
Right, and that's what it's so special about him, and seeing him on so many occasions now in speeches, especially when it's with students and talking to millennials and Gen Zers, that the fact that he recognizes many of them will be up in his position one day, and he wants to leave that for the American people. Remember, this is a man who legally takes $1 per quarter and donates the rest of it. It's extraordinary servant leadership.
It is, and he wants to make America safe again. One way he's doing that is saying, hey, our military, thank you so much for your service. Thank you for what you're doing for us. Guess what? Let's watch this. The U.S. Coast Guard off of the coast of California near Point Loma just the other day apprehended 14 illegal aliens. They're all more of that fighting age, over 18. Let's take a look at that video.
Manos arriba! Going over. I have principal.
I got it.
I'm going right here.
Yep.
Watch out.
¿Cuántas personas tienen? ¿Cuántas personas tienen?
12, 13, 14.
Oh, which one is it? 12, 13 o 14?
Somos 14.
¿14? ¿Tienes niños?
No.
¿Qué es su nacionalidad? ¿Todos son mexicanos?
No, somos mexicanos.
¿Tienes niños?
No.
Yeah, we have POSCON ISS complete. 2, 3, 4, 5. I got 14. What do you have? Drag in BO. Vessel was compliant on step 1. Initial count 14 POB. All claiming Mexican nationality. ¿Tienes un chaqueta? ¿Chaqueta? ¿Tienes uno o no?
Okay, so that was from just a few days ago outside of California, the Coast Guard apprehending an illegal vessel there, as you saw. And we're seeing a lot of video from the Department of Defense. We get that from Northcom. It's the media relations, basically. And we get those videos and are showing that to you. But I also want to share with you some of the comments that I'm reading right now live while you guys are watching. Somebody said, SoCal Patriot, yes, with an exclamation points. Another person saying, if you want to come into America, do it the legal way. Someone says, my son lives near Oceanside, California. This person says, watching from Central Oregon. Hello to you guys. Also, RIP Cartel. Also, heroes with an exclamation point. So a lot of different comments there from people that are watching live right now, Robert. And we talked to people from Oregon just the other day who actually want to be a part of Idaho, Eastern Oregon, because of the cultural divide there. So, you know, thanks so much, guys, for watching and chatting there with us. You know, without you, the viewer, obviously, we would have nothing to show you because there'd be nobody to show it to.
Right, exactly. It's an exciting time for new media, and we know this White House is accepting those applications, whitehouse.gov/new media. When Caroline Leavitt announced that roughly 2 weeks ago or so, you had 10,000 applications by last week. It was last Wednesday, just about 9 days ago. So very exciting to see that. But we'd like to thank our sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting who bring you this unbridled coverage of the Beltway, whether that be the White House and President Trump, Vice President Vance, or the 119th Congress. One of our great sponsors here, Colonial Metals. And I was hiding that guide for you, but if you scan that QR code right there, you will shield your savings now, and this is a no obligation guide that gives you all of the information you need. And Judge Jeanine Pirro and Ed Henry, the great newscaster, also Larry Kudlow, who served in the first Trump administration, all big endorsers of this great organization. If you have properties, assets, 401k or IRA, why don't you convert them into timeless, precious gold, silver, and metals? The true hedge against inflation, and it's been that way for centuries.
Exactly. So it's freegoldguide.com. You can get that one right there. A great info kit to get the ball rolling to learn more about tax-sheltered IRAs, 401ks, always gold and silver being a great high-value backup plan, and some financial peace of mind as well. So
yes,
always good to have that. We're actually going to interview the founder of Colonial Metals Group at the 3 o'clock hour. We'll interview him live at that point. If President Trump is speaking at that time, we'll shift the interview around, of course, but it'll be great to hear from him because it's great to hear someone that is really wanting to help in any way, especially when it comes to gold and silver and getting it streamlined. So those of you that have that retirement or that nest egg or that little bit of savings to invest it or, with the portfolio and that kind of thing, you're able to get that done with Colonial Metals Group. So freegoldguide.com is the website. All right, so 1:24 Eastern, Friday, February 7th, waiting the Prime Minister of Japan and the President of the United States for this press conference on a Friday afternoon. Some decent weather out there, but I did see earlier there was some snow and some ice in various parts of the Mid-Atlantic and the Northeast. So if you're off school today or off work today, hello to you. Thanks for watching here as we go into the weekend. Super Bowl weekend, for those of you that care. I believe a decent amount of people are going to watch the game, especially the fact that President Trump will be in attendance. That's kind of cool. I remember back in, I think it was 2020, in January of 2020, the President and the First Lady, they went out for it was actually in New Orleans, the college football championship. And the whole crowd went wild. I remember posting it on my Truth Social a while ago, and they said, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the First Lady and the President of the United States," and the place went wild. And Lauren Daigle sang the national anthem. And I don't think the President's going to be on the field for this game. Maybe he will, but it's still just good TV, and it's just nice to sit back, relax, watch a football game, and hopefully get more of a free mind when it comes to what we just dealt with for the past 4 years.
Oh, exactly. It's good to relax and good to see that President Trump is soaking it all in and posting his thoughts on Truth Social, if you caught that earlier today.
Exactly. So looking forward to the game, looking forward to the press conference today. And also, we could talk about, hopefully, RepublicanRed.com as well, because they've got some great wines for you to choose. So we'll talk about them in just a bit. So 1:25 Eastern, here is the schedule once again. At any moment now, there'll be a press conference in the East Room of the White House. Then at 2 o'clock, around 2 o'clock, after the press conference, the President will make a faith office announcement and signs executive orders in the Roosevelt Room. And then at around 3, he'll depart the White House via Marine One over to Joint Base Andrews for Air Force One, and then on to the winter White House, of course, Mar-a-Lago. So quite the day for the President, quite the week. It's only the 3rd week of his presidency. And as we've been saying here, it feels like 3 years in a good way.
Right.
And then another point quickly, Robert, is there's so much that he has done in these 3 weeks that it almost is more than what any president has done in 4 years.
Oh, it's amazing. It's breakneck pace, and I've said that many times here at the network, but he really is someone who gets into the weeds and wants to understand the intricacies of domestic and foreign policy. That's why he surrounded himself with so many winners. And, he said back nearly 10 years ago now, nearly a decade, when he came down that beautiful golden escalator at Trump Tower with our lovely First Lady, Melania Trump, you're going to be winning so much, you'll get so sick of winning. And in a way, it's true. I mean, he puts the best of the best together because that's why he is such a strong leader. He has the ability to listen and then to make a decision and act on it. And we're getting the mic checks now live from the East Room, of course, the American flag and the Japanese flag, standing together as true leaders in this world to make peace through strength happen. And it's nice to have a prime minister and a president with such similar populist right-of-center ideologies that put their respective countries first, but also want to work in cooperation in order to stare down the threats that exist in the world still, especially from the evil empire of the Chinese Communist regime.
And it's really good to see our American tax dollars going to good things now and being not going to USAID, not going to foreign wars. After posting the video showing the Marines putting up the wire on the southern border. Dennis from Florida 11 minutes ago on my Truth Social page said, American taxpayers' money being wisely spent and used to protect American citizens, with an emoji of a thumbs up and an American flag. So it's great to see that. I mean, this is that common sense in action.
Right, it really is. It is common sense in real time as you get a live, beautiful shot, a sunny scene there in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., and something to take advantage of, whether it's spring break or the summer breaks right around the corner. Always a great city to visit, especially since we've had the ice raids taking place in New York City, in Chicago, San Francisco as well. Tom Homan on the ground for these, including Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. So inevitably, although some of these municipalities are very poorly run by far-left Democrats, it has become safer in only 18 days, given the actions by the Trump administration and the new Attorney General, Pam Bondi, actually taking Illinois and the city of Chicago to court over the violations of Section 8 of U.S. Code 1324 regarding the illegal harboring of aliens in their jurisdictions. And we do know that certain departments in the city of Chicago and the state of Illinois have actually blocked ICE from obtaining certain illegal aliens, especially if some are in prison right now, to actually remove them and then deport them. So this will be an interesting case to watch as the U.S. is actually suing a state and a municipality over this very issue.
Exactly. I mean, that's what we're looking at here, monitoring various news developments as we see it's the bottom of the hour, 1:30 right now. You know, that picture from the plane going to Guantanamo, taking people that are involved with Tren de Aragua. I mean, it was months ago. Weren't you at the Aurora, Colorado speech where he announced Operation Aurora?
Oh, yes, and some breaking news in that moment. I had the privilege to meet with the president before that speech for about, give or take, 5 minutes, talking on a number of different items. And he actually broke it to RSBN first, saying that he's going to announce Operation Aurora. So that was October 11th of 2024, just weeks before the election. And what a moment that was to see over 60,000 people in Aurora, Colorado, coming out there to support the president. And again, everything shifted to the right electorally speaking, including the beautiful state of Colorado. So that was quite a moment to hear that from the president, and I knew in that moment on a personal level, and as someone involved in media and being a journalist, host, anchor, and reporter here at RSBN, that this man means business, and he's going to execute using his authorities in the executive branch. It's something he reminded LA Mayor Bass about, and another success. He turned on the water in California. She was unwilling to do that.
And then calls it the beautiful water is on. It's always fun when he uses an adjective to describe anything. It's always fun. Speaking of someone that is getting the job done, Secretary of Department of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, 17 minutes ago on X says the following: yesterday's flight to Guantanamo Bay transported murderers and vicious gang members out of American streets. She says, I'll be in Gitmo shortly. So the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, instead of heading over, I guess, to the Super Bowl, I mean, even though that's a very secure event, she's done what she had to do there with the announcement of security there earlier in the week, is going to Gitmo. So she's going to visit that naval station in Cuba. Under President real Donald Trump, we will make America safe again. That the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. Also, she said a second flight of dangerous criminal aliens took off for Guantanamo Bay yesterday. All are known gang members from Venezuela. Some of their heinous crimes include confessed homicide, wanted in Venezuela for escaping from jail and for aggravated robbery with a weapon, an intent to commit homicide, weapons trafficking, robbery, distribution of dangerous drugs. If we can maybe take a look at that photo again, Director, of the Guantanamo Bay flight from just yesterday, as Secretary Kristi Noem talking about the fact that these illegal aliens tied with these rap sheets are getting sent all the way to Guantanamo Bay. There's two of them right there. I mean, at the end of the day, assault, distribution of dangerous drugs, impersonation fraud. Now, the Secretary of Department of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, saying, "Thank you, President, real Donald Trump, for making America safe again." She keeps posting these things on X because things are actually happening before our eyes. All of this could have happened under the prior fake administration. We call it fake, or I call it fake, because we know what happened in 2020, but that's beside the point. But we're seeing a lot of great things happen for our country.
Oh, so many great things happening. And now we go live to that East Room where we're awaiting President Trump with Japanese Prime Minister Ishiba. They had some great laughs and great communication from the Oval, along with Vice President Vance and Secretary Hegseth from the Pentagon. Of course, Susie Wiles doing an outstanding job, the first female chief of staff as well. And President Trump had mentioned during the Laken-Riley Act signing that bill into law that, Kristi Noem at Homeland Security, Susie Wiles, all these great women in the administration, they're a lot tougher than they look. They're good people, they're gracious people, but they do their jobs so well. And we're seeing that just 18 days into this new administration.
It's so true. And also on Breaking 911, it says it's happening. USAID signs are being removed at the Ronald Reagan International Trade Center in D.C.
Oh, wow.
So USAID, those signs are getting wiped off there. That according to Johnny MAGA on X as well. So, yeah, we're monitoring a lot going on here. Obviously, we've got that live picture there. But, Robert, I mean, talk about a 24/7 news cycle, huh?
Oh, it is. It's nonstop. And that building is right down the street from the White House on Pennsylvania Avenue. Actually, a lovely building as well, a beautiful part of our nation's capital.
Exactly. It's at 1300 Pennsylvania Avenue, of course, just down the block, to your point. Earlier on the Oval Office, we saw a reporter ask, "Mr. President, do you have a reaction to the new Time magazine cover that has Elon Musk sitting behind your Resolute desk?" And then President Trump's reaction was, "No. Is Time magazine still in business? I didn't even know that." That was his reaction to that. But of course, Elon Musk doing some great things for Doge and other things out there, and also retweeting something with Right Side Broadcasting Network in it the other day. That's great, but at the end of the day, instead of getting accolades by famous people, which if he's watching, hello Elon, but you know what I mean. But at the end of the day, being beholden to common sense reporting is really our main goal here, and I believe that the rest will come.
Yes, it's we the people versus a deep state bureaucracy that is imploding and on itself, and rightfully so. We have over 60,000 federal bureaucrats now taking up the president on his offer to leave the federal government and take what sounds like a great deal, roughly 8 months of back pay, and ultimately this will streamline and downsize the size of scope of the American government, something that Elon Musk is working hard to do at Doge.
Exactly. And then also, I know Vivek Ramaswamy stepping toward more of a possible gubernatorial run there in Ohio for the powerful position in Ohio of governor, the head of the state there. So we'll see what happens with that. As we just saw the other day, Vice President Vance, touring East Palestine, Ohio. Isn't it great to see, President Trump and the Vice President, and also actually their wives with them on various trips throughout the country?
Oh yes, this is a family affair, and the first couple, the second couple really hitting the pavement to make sure they can protect Americans and perhaps even end FEMA, because that's been such a failure. And to President Trump's prowess, not only going to California and Governor Newsom showing up unannounced, Governor Newsom came to see him in Washington, D.C. just the other day to thank him for the usage of the water and everything he's been able to do from a federal perspective to assist. And again, it was just common sense. If you watched any of those press conferences from 2 weeks ago with the tours in Western North Carolina and Southern California, it was the round table listening to the experts and then just saying, look, just let people go and clean up. Let the people in to do what they need to do, especially in California. But sad to see the last administration giving billions and billions to Ukraine and other foreign entities. And its Secretary of State, Marco Rubio's point, is this good for the United States? It's always the purview of the State Department. Does it advance American interests? We know the last administration did not do that. They were more interested in lining their pockets and pardoning people that did not deserve a pardon, especially a son who questionably committed treason against the United States.
It's just quite wild to see all these stories unfold before our eyes, and all of the corruption that's been out there in government and in media being exploited for the good Wesley Hunt, the great representative from Texas, saying on Truth Social that military recruitment has skyrocketed overnight. He says, what changed? And he said, simple. We have a commander-in-chief again who believes in American exceptionalism and is ready to unleash our warfighters to do what they do best, win. He says the Trump effect is in full swing. To his point there with the military, we know that President Trump wants to make the military great again, and we know that the service members were already great. It was the leadership of them that went woke, of course. And then with President Trump saying he wants to do peace through strength, he said he wants to have the strongest military of all time here in this country, so strong that we wouldn't even have to use it.
Right.
That's what President Trump said. I believe at the Commander-in-Chief ball. You were at that one.
Yes.
But, you know, that's pretty awesome to hear that from the Commander-in-Chief. He's not out there saying we're going to go start wars. None of that. He's about common sense and the peace and safety of the people.
And wonderful to see our military so enthusiastic, welcoming President Trump back at that ball. And then Central Command in South Korea also saying, sir, welcome back home. It's a pleasure to have you once again. And Congressman Hunt, in his own right, this was a Black Hawk helicopter pilot in Iraq, West Point graduate, lost many of his colleagues flying these dangerous, dangerous missions, someone who knows these things. I love the story he told to Sage Steele and Byron Donalds, the congressman from Florida, joining him in this. He was actually in the room, Congressman Hunt, when President Trump told the Taliban leader at the time to not touch even one hair on the head of any U.S. military command official or civilian, or there will be hell to pay. And then handing him a picture of his house, the Taliban leader. And he asked him, and he said, Your Excellency. He goes, I don't know why he called me that, but Your Excellency, why a picture of my house? And President Trump responded to him saying, I'll let you figure that out.
Powerful, powerful moment.
Yeah,
right there. Powerful
absolutely.
moment by someone that is Teflon Don and the alpha male that's leading this country. And there's nothing wrong with being an alpha male, of course. At the end of the day, it's 1:40 Eastern. Looking forward to seeing the President and the Prime Minister of Japan inside the press conference area there of the East Room of the White House. Been seeing the East Room quite a lot over the past few days. Everything from the great Laken Riley Act that was signed into law just to the other day, the No Men and Women's Sports. We also saw the President with the Israeli Prime Minister, now the Prime Minister of Japan. I mean, getting a lot of access inside that building, and that's what's great about it. Like in the other administration, the prior one, it would be once in a while that you'd have any kind of event. And then if you'd have an event, Biden would be talking about ice cream after talking about some serious topic. It's very weird.
Right, or you have even people ignoring him when they invited Barack Obama back to the White House for an event, and it was almost as if Joe Biden was not in the room, so a very sad moment. But President Trump also enjoyed hosting the Florida Panthers when they were in town to take on the Washington Capitals. Of course, they are the reigning Stanley Cup champions of the National Hockey League, so that was a special moment too.
Oh, so awesome. I'd love to check out a game in Florida, in Sunrise, Florida. You've been to one of them, right?
Been to that stadium, actually, before they were as good as they are now, and them and the Lightning, their rivals on the West Coast in Tampa Bay, they've really turned hockey in the beautiful state of Florida on its head. I mean, you don't usually get a snow sport in a sunny area like Florida, of course, the aptly named Sunshine State, but so many people who have moved down to Florida from the Midwest, from cold weather climates, especially since COVID, I think helping to increase the seats. On top of, both teams have really been outstanding in the playoffs and have gone after this championship on a regular basis now. But for the Panthers, that was their first Stanley Cup championship.
It's quite awesome to see that. And we can't forget the Tampa Bay Lightning and the Dallas Stars and other teams across the South. Fun fact, I've been to at least 12 NHL arenas around the country, from Colorado to New York and Pittsburgh and Columbus. I might like hockey just a bit. It's been quite fun to check out some games. That was a while ago. I haven't been to any recently, and I can't forget the Pittsburgh Penguins as well. So I went to college out in Pittsburgh, saw the old Civic Arena. They called it the Igloo. Now it is the PPG Paints Arena. Were you at that? No, you might not have been at that rally, but President Trump had a rally at that arena as well.
He did. Was not at that one, but of course several throughout Pennsylvania, whether that be in Indiana, Pennsylvania, of course Reading, which was an absolute blast, and really crisscrossing the Commonwealth, one that was so smart in supporting President Trump because of the fracking issues. And we're excited to see that it seems as if Senator John Fetterman is really someone in the Beltway who President Trump and him have a great working relationship. And even Dave McCormick, the new senator who worked so hard to get elected against Bob Casey, a big name in Pennsylvania politics, this past cycle, saying that he really enjoys working with Senator Fetterman, and they've come together on the populist movement to make America great again. So interesting to see. You never know, you might get an unlikely ally in Washington, D.C. as time goes on.
Yes, exactly. And I think that we're trying to hear from our producers. I'm not sure if the audio is not working, guys, but just want to let you know, as it's 1:44 Eastern Time. Let's go to another great sponsor here at the network, RepublicanRed.com. Are you ready, Robert?
I am ready for some football and some delicious wine.
All right, here we go. So no, we're not going to test any of them right now. These are closed, of course. But check it out on the side screen there, the 45 to 47. This is the red blend, a beautiful wine there, the sparkling wine as well. Do you see there with Robert? So again, if you haven't seen our ads with Republican Red yet, Robert McNeely, well versed in knowing how to exactly hold the wine, pour the wine, the whole thing. Me, I'm just fumbling around, so you don't want me pouring it, but go ahead, Robert. Show us the way.
Well, yes, a toast to America on this beautiful Friday before the Super Bowl. I'll read from the back of this lovely blend, the golden age of America. We've taken the House, the Senate, and put our champion in the White House. Let's raise a glass to the red wave and the power of American patriotism. The best is yet to come with this 2022 sparkling wine from the Central Coast, a blend of Cuvée, Chardonnay, Pinot Noir, a delicious blend as well. And it's a nice pop top, so a nice way to kiss to the weekend and kiss to Super Bowl 59 and everything that is the American culture. This is not endorsed by any political candidate or party specifically, but it is wine for the right side. RepublicanRed.com/RSBN. A portion of your proceeds will not only support the delicious wine you are drinking, a family-owned operation in the Central Coast, Lodi, California, but it will also go to Republican and conservative causes that they like to donate to. So you might as well support and sip and toast to a great American company.
RepublicanRed.com. Use that promo code RSBN for a discount. Wine for the right side. It's 1:45 Eastern. Every time we do the wine great sponsorship, I always want to talk football. So let's talk football real quick. Again, we're waiting for the live East Room situation. We'll have that press conference there as people are getting ready. That might be still a few minutes out as the president and the prime minister are meeting, having those bilateral meetings and talks. And then a lunch, I believe they're at this point, it should be definitely within the hour, hopefully within the half hour, even maybe earlier than that. But let's take a live look if we can, if the Superdome picture is up, and also if we've got the Kansas City Chiefs going as we await this great press conference later. Of course, there's a lot of news to get to. If you're just joining us now, we've been talking about a lot of the news developments, headlines around the country, around the world, since about 11 a.m. Eastern. So it's obviously 1:46. And if we take a look at the Superdome possibly and the also the Chiefs Stadium, today, of course, I'm wearing the Eagles colors. Also, Maha, Make America Healthy Again. Robert wearing the Chiefs stuff there. So always good.
And the MAGA red that I believe Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was wearing as well. The same tie. Meeting with House Speaker Mike Johnson earlier this morning and inviting him as well to Israel. So maybe a joint trip between President Trump and Speaker Johnson within the year forthcoming. We don't know that for sure, but we'll stay on that. I'm sure the two leaders would love to go over to the Holy Land. And, you know, they have a great ambassador now, too, Mike Huckabee, who is a real lover of Israel and everything that democracy represents in the Middle East. So a partnership that we are watching closely as Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu really has made his round trip known there in the nation's Beltway, meeting with Secretary Hegseth and now the Speaker of the House as well. And of course, two shots of Arrowhead Stadium and, of course, the Caesars Superdome.
So, unfortunately, we don't have one of Lincoln Financial Field in Philadelphia. I don't think there's a live shot of the Eagles Stadium. So I'll represent those of you rooting for the Eagles with the tie here and the EAGLES, 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 Eagles chant. Robert, man, you've got a lot on your side right there.
Simply foreshadowing what's yet to come on Sunday with a 34-23 victory for the Kansas City Chiefs, 3 in a row. That's my prediction. What say you? Maybe a Cal sheet bet or two will happen. We'll see.
Maybe. I'm saying 23 to, was it 10?
You're changing it already.
No. It was
17, I believe, is what
so
you
I was
mentioned.
thinking it was 17, but that doesn't sound right. So it's 23 to 10. Let's go 23-10. Eagles over the Chiefs.
Okay.
And for the final time, we'll just discuss this one more point here. The Kansas City barbecue again versus the Philadelphia cheesesteak. I know you say that Texas barbecue is better than Kansas City barbecue, but we have viewers in Kansas City, man.
We do, and I love Kansas City. Good people. But this is going to be somewhat of a Route 66 that I'm taking over to my choice of the cheesesteak because it's so similar to the Italian beef that you can find at, say, Portillo's or Bona Beef over in the beautiful city of Chicago. Also, though, Hard 8 outside of Dallas, Texas, truly the best barbecue in the country. So for my Lone Star State friends, that's where I'm going right now. So I would have to have a cheesesteak, but also the barbecue is best in Texas. But, I mean, you can't have it all. Kansas City, you have the best football team. So there you go.
Okay, that's pretty good. I mean, you're a diplomat. You must work in politics in some way.
I might have a time or two, maybe even having been a candidate here and there, but I digress. I'd much rather analyze it here with you, Matthew, with so much breaking news happening. 18 days into this administration. It's nonstop for President Trump.
It is nonstop. The executive orders are just almost like hotcakes at this point, but in a good way for our country. So many great things happening, as you guys have seen. We've monitored a lot of it here at the network. And Robert, to your point about, dabbling in the actual run for politics and that kind of thing, the thing that's cool about Robert is he is a straight up person that is a common sense type of leader as well. So it's good to have people that are just really with it when it comes to the right heart and mind for our country. And it's just quite awesome to work alongside you.
Oh, likewise. It's an honor to be here at Right Side Broadcasting with Matthew Alvarez, a man who has been so committed to the business and to true journalistic integrity, something that's really been lost in the last decade because we've had this Trump derangement syndrome happen when Mr. Trump and our beautiful First Lady came down the escalator. And why? Because there was an agenda at some of these outlets and some of these operations, but in the last decade, RSBN, as well as other conservative and or new media, have really been born. And citizen journalists have really taken these new opportunities on these phones, of all things, to go to social media and post true stories and real content. And that's why this White House is the most open in history, with Caroline Leavitt announcing just 2 weeks ago and receiving 10,000 applications. whitehouse.gov/new media. Take your seat in the press briefing room because you now have the opportunity. It's the First Amendment.
Exactly. It's awesome. We love the Constitution here, and I know you do too, most of you. And if you don't, hopefully you will soon. Also, a shout out to RSBN's Christina Loren, Megan Kohler, Ashley Brassfield. I know that Ashley and Christina will be with you at CPAC in the coming weeks.
Yes, just about shy of 2 weeks now. So you can still get tickets too, February 19th through the 22nd. A great time with the grassroots. If you have not been there, it returns to its home, the Gaylord National Harbor Hotel, a famous one just south of the nation's capital and not too far from Washington Reagan National Airport, DCA. Come join us, and we'll be along Media Row. We'll be covering all the action there. And really, it's a homecoming because the people who show up here, you're talking about Tea Party activists, Turning Point USA, Moms for America, Moms for Liberty. Just think of all the other great nonprofits that are out there making a massive difference. Father Frank Pavone, who is a great friend of the network, and you can watch his show here, he'll be there as well. So looking forward to seeing everyone in action and getting to know what's on the docket for 2026. I mean, these elections come just right around the corner, and Republicans looking to defend that House majority, a very slim one right now.
It would be great coverage right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network as we also cover other things that are happening that week here in Alabama. So let's go to one of our other sponsors here at the network. All of these sponsors assisting with providing us everything you're seeing, all the live footage, all the moments ago videos, that kind of thing. we thank MyPillow.com. And you guys remember, those of you that watch the rallies for almost a decade now, MyPillow's been with Right Side with us for a very, very long time. Great products there, more than 2,000 products. Use that RSBN promo code. We've got Valentine's Day in 7 days, so you can get some pretty cool gifts there.
The mega sale, and yes, for guys and gals, so it does not discriminate, and you will have a great morning if you go to mypillow.com/RSBN with over 2,000 products, most 80% off. But right now, the main focus, that My Cross, save 30%. Get that exact replica of the beautiful cross that Mr. Mike Lindell wears around his neck. My Towels, $29.98. Flannel Sheets, $44.98. Of course, the Giza Dream Sheets available. And My Slippers to My Coffee to the original My Pillow. Always a great deal for this gentleman, a great friend of the network. Talk about a warrior for free speech and for election integrity. And I will say it over and over again. I think he should be the next governor of Minnesota. I'd love to see that.
That would be great. Governor Lindell, definitely. And not kidding, because the guy speaks truth all the time. Not sure if you're going to be able to see it, but this is mypillow.com/RSBN. So obviously a lot of great gifts on there. I know you're getting a little reflection of the lighting, but there you go. So you'll see a lot of stuff. So check it out. mypillow.com/RSBN. So actually, at the top, it says use promo code RSBN. So this is the exact website that we're sharing with you. So mypillow.com/RSBN is the place to go. The flannel sheets, the My Cross, to your point, the classic collection of the pillows, on and on and on, the sandals and the slippers. Countless Americans actually have these products, as do myself and my family. They are great.
Yeah, they really are. And I'm a big fan of the My Pillow myself, the original. I'm one of those OG guys, and I always go there for good gifts and different presents for around the year, because there's always so much to celebrate, especially 18 days into this new administration. And Matthew, I love looking at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, especially on a Friday afternoon, to see that sun hit the beautiful executive mansion, a place that is truly our house. We share in all of it. And if you have not been there, please go and celebrate that over a holiday, especially if you have young kids in your life. Share with them the great majesty that's nearly 250 years of this American experiment, an experiment that was endowed by our Creator and given through the Holy Spirit to our founding fathers to make a nation based in the rule of law, a constitutional republic that, if you can keep it, as Mr. Franklin mentioned way back when he was asked outside of Independence Hall in Philadelphia, it's up to us. It's our responsibility, God-given, but we must work to defend it. And as President Ronald Reagan said as we celebrated his birthday yesterday, it does not naturally occur. It must be passed through the bloodstream. This is freedom, and we must fight for it in every single generation.
Exactly. We were talking for several months through the campaign trail that we had a fork in the road. Were we going to go left towards the woke ideology, the extremist radical thing that is so anti what the majority of this country is about, or were we going to make that right turn, that right side of history? We saw what happened. Too big to rig. President Trump winning all 7 swing states. Can you believe that it was still just 3 weeks ago that President Trump was inaugurated into the White House, and now here we are with many news stories to cover when it comes to promises made, promises kept in the country. So as long as we keep seeing truth and common sense when it comes to all this, we're going to keep reporting it regardless of anything. We're going to always be beholden to what's actually happening at the White House and outside of the Beltway as well, because that is, as a journalist, our main goal is to always report that common sense. On the mainstream media side, of course, being lied to for so many decades, oh man, it's horrible to think about. But you think about how the major networks would always have the great lighting and the great sets and the great sounding people, and it just seems so true. But that was actually all a lie. All of those years. So many people even still duped by the mainstream media. I feel bad for people that maybe are in their 50s or 60s or 70s that just continue to watch the same stuff that they've always watched. But that stuff that they're hearing is a straight up lie. So it's great to have conservative media. It's great to have Right Side Broadcasting Network. And more importantly, guys, seriously, we the people, all of us together in this is what it's about. So really excited about that.
And we're proud to say that we do not get any funding from USAID, as certain outlets do, like Politico. As President Trump said during the National Prayer Breakfast, Oh my goodness gracious, Politico receiving that money. Hope you are enjoying your breakfast. They're sitting here enjoying their breakfast. And again, who brings that truth and comedy?
Exactly. Saying it at the National Prayer Breakfast just yesterday. Quite awesome coverage to hear from the president yesterday. And also, we're not bought and paid for by any woke corporations. Nobody's telling us you must say this, you can't say that. We don't do that here at this network. This is a pro-free speech network. Of course, as long as it's in the lines of, positive, great things, not anything that's so negative, that's any violent stuff. We're just talking positive things here. We want the country to come together and see peace through strength. All right, so enough of that good stuff there, huh? Let's go get ready to go live there in the East Room of the White House to see the Prime Minister Ishiba of Japan and our President Donald Trump for this East Room press conference. It's going to be great to just hear their opening remarks there because, sometimes these meetings that they have, they might change their notes of what they're originally going to say and have something new for us.
It's in real time and you can prepare, but I'm sure as conversations happen between the two leaders, things happen or new announcements. We saw that just the other day with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, where President Trump said the American government will help to relocate Palestinians from Gaza, roughly 1.8 million, possibly into other countries. Of course, do this peacefully and patriotically to then rebuild Gaza. So that was somewhat of a change in policy, but we'll be monitoring that as well. So it'll be interesting to see if there's any special announcements like that today with Prime Minister Ishiba from Japan. We, of course, see the Japanese delegation. I think I saw Caroline Leavitt, our great White House press secretary, along the way there on the right-hand side of things. And then, of course, Secretary of the Interior Doug Burgum, I think, is up there. So you see some cabinet officials as well, including some of our friends and colleagues in the media who I'm sure will have many questions for President Trump. A press pool that has so much access now that did not have that the last 4 years.
Exactly. I do see some members of the press that are more of the fake news types, but it is what it is. As the podiums, people are getting ready to bring out the two world leaders. According to reports, media reports in Japan, Mainichi newspaper company says that this is all about aiming to confirm the strength of their nation's alliance. The Prime Minister will also exchange views with President Trump on economic and security issues and agree on further cooperation toward a free and open Indo-Pacific in their talks today at the White House. Also, the Prime Minister saying he wants to confirm with President Trump that U.S.-Japan cooperation will contribute to the development and peace of the Indo-Pacific region and the world. Of course, more information there from the Mainichi newspaper company. Of course, English version that I was able to look at yesterday. Always interesting to see what the world leaders say before they depart for the United States. You kind of get and believe it or not, in that newspaper article, they were saying that they want it to be Japan first, coming from their kind of situation. So they literally said they know about America First policy because of President Trump. They said, well, we have to go there thinking Japan first.
Exactly.
Which is quite interesting because I would do the same thing.
And this is why Shinzo Abe, God rest his soul, was such great friends with President Trump. They would golf together at Mar-a-Lago. They had that same philosophy. As this gentleman, Mr. Ishiba, the Prime Minister of Japan, has a similar philosophy from the same party. It's the Liberal Democratic Party of Japan. Don't let that confuse you because it's the similar, if not the same, populist ideology right of center along with the U.S. Republican Party. So very similar in that regard. It's more of a classic liberalism in the most Western sense of the definition. So lots in common, and it's interesting as well because we saw translators in the Oval Office, so some language barrier there as well, and President Trump sizing up his counterpart. And it seems as if the two gentlemen really seem to be getting to know each other, but very jovial and a lot of cooperation and kind words said to one another. And the Japanese Prime Minister looking as if he's very excited to be at the White House on this beautiful Friday. And I'm sure as well, because you have to look geopolitically, just where they sit in the world, how scary this must be with the threat of the Chinese Communist Party in Asia and the influence it has. And of course, if there is an invasion of Taiwan, probably won't happen under President Trump's leadership because of how strong he is, and he's been quite frank with the Chinese leadership, but God forbid there is. Japan sits right there, so I mean, it will affect them.
Exactly, and then you have North Korea, and then you have to the west, Eastern Russia. So a very hotbed of situation there when it comes to different world leaders and that type of thing. So it's the top of the hour, 2:03, as we get ready to go there live to the East Room. And this is just about halftime, since we have the Super Bowl in a couple of days. It's about halftime of our coverage coming up, because after this press conference, we'll then go to more happening at the White House, the Roosevelt Room. President Trump to make an announcement on the faith office at the White House, and also more executive orders, Robert. So if you are looking for news and political news, you came to the right place.
You did. And even with a sprinkle of sports, I wonder how many Hail Mary touchdowns Patrick Mahomes will have by halftime on Sunday.
I don't know, but I do know this, that the Eagles will win the game, and we know that's going to happen. Those of you Philadelphia fans out there, you know what I'm saying.
Feel free to reach out. Feedback at rsbn.tv. Whether it's local or state politics affecting your neck of the woods, maybe something we can cover if it's adhering to and really related to also national issues. But also, if you have a sports prediction for Sunday, we'd love to hear from you.
Oh, yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I liked it.
It'll be fun.
All right, well, we're going to go to the East Room there. Why don't we go there live now, listen in, and we might be seeing the President and Prime Minister any minute. Let's go there live.
Yeah, okay, we can go right back up.
We finally get to know all the secrets. Real important stuff. A little less peaceful and realistic. That's right. Exactly. That's right. What's your biggest few months?
All right, so it's 2:16 p.m. Eastern Time as we await the President and the Prime Minister of Japan there. As soon as that happens, we will go there live.
Yes, and the room is full now in the East Room with our cabinet members and the media, of course, with the Japanese delegation. We'll throw it back to the Oval Office, the earlier meeting between the Prime Minister and the President, and get some of their comments there. Of course, if this comes back live, we'll switch back over, but we'll send that to the Oval Office right now.
ありがとうございます。非常に、この件に関してもこれから私たちは取り組む、予定でありますけれども、特に、自動車工場というものは素晴らしいものになると思います。米国への投資が進み、自動車を米国で、作るということ、これは非常に良いビジネスになると思います。多くの国からこういった土地がありますけれども、これはひとえに米国の税制があるからだと思います。ですので、こういった業務というものはこれからもどんどん進んでいくと期待します。豊田氏ですけども、私は彼に会ったこともありますし、彼は私の友人でもあります。ぜひとも彼によろしくお伝えしていただければと思います。また、貿易赤字に関してなんですけども、今、日米の間で100億ドルほどの貿易赤字があります。これは、日本が素晴らしい交渉力を持っているからだと思うんですけども、これを均衡に戻す必要があると思いまして、これは各国とも私は常に言っていることですけども、貿易を均衡に戻す、これが一つの私の策でもあります。
To what extent will you discuss North Korea today, sir?
That'll always be a topic, especially with Japan. We will be discussing North Korea and many other things. We'll be spending pretty much the day, but that's always a topic.
Mr. President, have you changed your mind about the sale of U.S. steel?
No, I think we're going to be discussing that today. No, I haven't, and I hear we'll have some pretty good information on that. You might want to go.
Tariffs an option, Mr. President.
Have you?
Okay. President, are tariffs an option if the deficit doesn't get to equilibrium or to equality?
Yes, they are.
Mr. President, can you discuss what your plan is for reciprocal trade? Are you signing a deal on that today?
I'll be announcing that next week, reciprocal trade, so that we're treated evenly with other countries. We don't want any more or any less. So I'll be announcing that next week. And many other things having to do not even with trade, but other things. But I'll be talking about reciprocal trade sometime next week. We'll have a news conference and we'll lay it out. Pretty simple.
Every single country?
It affects everybody. Yeah. Reciprocal. Yeah. We'll be talking about that next week.
首相にちょっとお伺いしたいんですけれども、今関税を課すっていう話になってるんですけど、関税が課されることについてはどのように考えていらっしゃいますか？
お互いにそれが利益になるようにいうことが重要なことだと思っています。合衆国の発展、そして日本国の発展、そのために有益な制度、を期待しておりまして、具体的なことについてはまだこれから報告します。
I understand that the key point in this regard is to make that for mutually beneficial.
The United States and the Prime Minister of Japan.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's a great honor to be with the Prime Minister. We had a picture taken a little while ago, and it was so nice, I thought I'd present it to you on stage. And here's the picture. I wish I was as handsome as him, but I'm not.
Okay, thank you. Oh.
Remember that day. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. I'm delighted to welcome Japanese Prime Minister Ishiba Shigeru to the White House for the first time. And Prime Minister, it's an honor to have you with us, a great honor. Japan is a great country. Thank you very much. Japan is strong and proud. It's a nation that is home to one of the great civilizations in the history of the world. For nearly 80 years, the American-Japanese people have enjoyed a friendship like few others. We've had a great friendship across the vast ocean, and we found ourselves united by bonds of history, commerce, culture, mutual admiration, and great respect. After our meeting today, I'm confident that the cherished alliances between our two countries and others also will continue to flourish long and into the future. The military cooperation between the United States and Japan is one of our closest security partnerships, and it's one of the closest we have anywhere in the world. Our service members work together every day to defend our common interests. Japan is committed to double its defense spending by 2027 compared to my first term. They've invested a lot of money because of my first term. We worked on that very hard with Shinzo, the great Shinzo Abe. And we look forward to seeing even more so. Shinzo and I worked very, very long and hard, and those numbers are very reflective after my first term. And now they're going up very substantially based on our conversations today. In addition to being vital for our shared security, Japan is one of the top purchasers of U.S. military exports and equipment. And I'm pleased to say that this week my administration approved nearly $1 billion in foreign military sales to Tokyo. The United States is totally committed to the security of Japan. We will extend the full strength of American deterrence capabilities in defense of our friend and ally, 100%. In the years to come, the Prime Minister and I will be working closely together to maintain peace and security, and I also say peace through strength, and all over the Indo-Pacific. And to that end, we also remain committed to the effort I began in my first term to ensure safety and stability on the Korean Peninsula. Prime Minister Ishiba and I spoke long and hard about a vital economic relationship between our two countries and the continuance of that relationship. The United States and Japan trade over $300 billion in goods and services each year. Japan has invested nearly $800 billion, and that's going to go up very, very substantially in the coming months, more than any other country. And they're going to have some competition. We have a lot of people coming in and investing in the United States. I think the feeling throughout the world has never been stronger about this country. As a result of our victory in 2024, the presidential election, the Japanese investment and technology giant SoftBank announced plans to invest between $100 and $200 billion. And we have many other companies investing that number, higher than that number, some a little bit less, but we have trillions of dollars of investment pouring into our country now that you didn't have just a short while ago. Today, our teams discussed how our two nations can do even more to stay on the cutting edge of artificial intelligence, along with the quantum computing, semiconductors, and other critical technologies. And they're coming out. The problem with technology, that kind, it's obsolete in about 2 days, so we have to start all over again. Doesn't last long. We agreed to cooperate even more closely to combat the Chinese economic aggression, which is quite aggressive. I'm also pleased to announce that Japan will soon begin importing historic new shipments of clean American liquefied natural gas in record numbers. It'll be record numbers. With our Secretary of the Interior, we were talking, I think Doug is here. Hello, Doug. Please stand up, Doug. Doug Burgum, everybody. We're talking about the pipeline in Alaska, which is the closest point of major oil and gas to Japan by far. Less than half the distance of any other location. We're talking about a joint venture of some type between Japan and us, having to do with Alaska oil and gas, and that's very exciting. They're very excited about it, so are we. As we deepen our economic relationship, I made clear that the United States will be conducting trade with all countries based on the principle of fairness and reciprocity. Chronic trade deficits not only undermine our economy, they really do, and we're going to get rid of the trade. We have a trade deficit with Japan of over $100 billion, but we're going to work that out, and I think very quickly, frankly. We can do it just on oil and gas. We can work it out, so we intend to do it very quickly. We both understand that. And as America welcomes new foreign investment, we also want to ensure that companies build their products and factories here in America, not simply buy the assets that we have. And Japan is going to be opening up auto plants. New auto plants are being built currently as we speak. They've just been started. Toyota's one, and Nissan's going to be doing something very exciting about U.S. Steel. They'll be looking at an investment rather than a purchase. We didn't like the idea. U.S. Steel is a very important company to us. It was the greatest company in the world for 15 years, many years ago, 80 years ago. And we didn't want to see that leave. And it wouldn't actually leave, but the concept, psychologically not good. So they've agreed to invest heavily in U.S. Steel as opposed to own it. And that sounds very exciting. And we're going to meet with Nissan next week, the head of Nissan, very great company, and they'll work out the details. I'll help. I'll be there to mediate and arbitrate. And I had the privilege of working closely with the great Prime Minister, as you know, and you know him very well, Shinzo Abe, the longest-serving Prime Minister in Japan's history. Likewise, I expect that this Prime Minister is going to be a great one. I really believe that he's going to be a great one. I've gotten to know him for not long, but I can see what they have. He's got the qualities of greatness. He's going to do a fantastic job for Japan and for the Japanese people. And I'd like now to invite the Prime Minister to say a few words, and then we'll take some questions. Mr. Prime Minister, thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. President Trump, I would like to sincerely thank you for inviting me to the White House today, immediately following your inauguration. I also thank you for your very warm hospitality. I have come to Washington, D.C. with the hope of having a face-to-face meeting and deepening our mutual understanding at this early date with President Trump, who is now leading the United States, the most important country for Japan's diplomacy and security, and aligning our perspectives and visions that Japan and the United States should pursue. What should we do to advance the national interests of both of our countries in synergy and to realize peace and prosperity in the Indo-Pacific? I am convinced that the answer lies in further strengthening the strong and unwavering Japan-U.S. alliance to achieve a free and open Indo-Pacific. President and I concurred to strengthen the deterrence and response capabilities of the alliance and to work closely in addressing strategic challenges that both countries are facing in this region. I conveyed to the President that Japan, as an ally of the United States, is ready to share responsibilities and to play its own role. I also reiterated Japan's unwavering commitment to fundamentally reinforcing its defense capabilities, and we confirmed the unwavering commitment by the United States to the defense of Japan. We reaffirmed that Article 5 of the Japan-U.S. Treaty of Mutual Cooperation and Security applies to the Senkaku Islands, with half of the world's population and approximately 60% of the world's GDP. The Indo-Pacific serves as the engine of growth and vitality for Japan, the United States, and the world. President and I also concurred that the United States and Japan will make further efforts in a wide range of areas working hand in hand together to realize a free and open Indo-Pacific. In this context, we also concurred to further advance cooperation of the multi-layered networks of the like-minded countries, including the Quad, and trilateral cooperation with the Republic of Korea and the Philippines. We also discussed Japan-United States cooperation to bring about growth and prosperity. Economic cooperation, including on economic security, is important from the perspective of strengthening alliance cooperation. Japan is the closest economic partner of the United States and has been the world's largest investor in the United States for 5 consecutive years. Also, with the inauguration of President Trump, the momentum for Japanese companies to invest in the United States is growing even stronger. Today, I conveyed my willingness to cooperate together to elevate Japan's investment in the United States to an unprecedented amount of $1 trillion. President Trump and myself also concurred to elevate the Japan-U.S. partnership to an even higher level through improving business environment and increasing bilateral investment and employment, strengthening each other's industries, leading the world in developing advanced technologies such as AI and leading-edge semiconductors, and strongly promoting efforts to harness the energy of the growing market in the Indo-Pacific region. We also confirmed that we will cooperate to strengthen energy security between the two countries, including increasing exports of United States liquefied natural gas to Japan in a mutually beneficial manner. Regarding foreign exchange, as in the first Trump administration, close discussions will continue between Japanese and the U.S. finance ministers, who are experts in this field.
We also held candid discussions on challenges the Indo-Pacific region is facing. We confirmed that we are resolved not to allow unilateral attempts to change the status quo by force or coercion, and to oppose such attempts in the East and South China Seas in order to fully defend a free and open Indo-Pacific. We also reiterated the importance of peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait. Regarding North Korea, we affirmed the need to address its nuclear and missile program, which poses a serious threat to Japan, the U.S., and beyond, and that Japan and the U.S. will work together toward the complete denuclearization of North Korea. As the abductees and their families continue to age, I conveyed my strong sense of urgency and determination directly to President Trump, and gained his renewed strong support for the immediate resolution of the abductions issue. While this was my first face-to-face meeting with President Trump, we were able to openly and frankly exchange views, and our meeting turned out to be very productive and meaningful. As a result of today's meeting, which marked a new departure for the Japan-U.S. relations, we are issuing a Japan-U.S. Joint Leader Statement. This document will serve as a compass for further cooperation between our two countries. On the basis of these deliverables, I look forward to working together with President Trump, who I respect immensely, to usher in a new golden age of Japan-U.S. relations. I look forward to welcoming you to Japan. And I'm very excited about that prospect. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Any questions, please? Peter?
President Trump, I have two on DOGE. Elon Musk said today, I love Donald Trump as much as a straight man can love another man. What does the First Lady think about that?
Oh, I think she'll be okay with it somehow.
So, Democratic lawmakers are really upset at DOGE have access to these treasury payment systems. Senate Intel Tenants wrote a letter to Susie Wiles. They're saying that these systems are used to disperse trillions of dollars each year and contain everyday Americans' personal information like social security numbers, home addresses, bank accounts. Why does DOGE need all of that?
Well, it doesn't, but they get it very easily. I mean, we don't have very good security in our country, and they get it very easily. And what we're doing, if you look at what has just taken place with respect to some of the investments that have been made on another agency that people have been talking about for years, but nobody did anything about it, it's absolutely obscene, dangerous, bad, very costly. I mean, virtually every investment made is a con job. There's nothing of value to anybody unless there's a kickback scheme going on, which is possible. And we're going to be doing more and more of that. We're going to be looking at Department of Education. We're going to be looking at even our military. We're going to be looking at tremendous amounts of money, Peter, being spent on things that bear no relationship to anything and have no value. We're talking about trillions of dollars. It will be, in the end, trillions of dollars being absolutely wasted and perhaps illegally. I would say certainly in many cases illegally, but perhaps illegally overall. And I'm very proud of the job that this group of young people, generally young people, but very smart people, they're doing. They're doing it at my insistence. It would be a lot easier not to do it, but we have to take some of these things apart to find the corruption. And we found tremendous corruption.
You mentioned the Department of Education. What did you think when you saw Democratic lawmakers trying to get into the Department of Education earlier today?
Oh, I see the same ones. I see Maxine Waters, a lowlife. I see, all these people. They don't love our country. They don't love our country. We want great education. So they rank 40 countries in education. We're ranked dead last. But the good news is we're number one in one category. You know what that is? Cost per pupil. We spend more per pupil than any other country in the world. You look at Norway, Denmark, Sweden, various countries all up and down, Finland, China does very well in education. And then you look at us. We spend much more money than they do per pupil or any other way. But we spend much more money than they do, and yet we're ranked this year, Biden's last year, congratulations, Joe, we're ranked dead last. So what I want to see is education. Number one, I like choice. We all like choice. But beyond choice, long beyond choice, I want to see it go back to the states where great states that do so well have no debt. They're operated brilliantly. They'll be as good as Norway or Denmark or Sweden or any of the other highly ranked countries. They'll be, you probably have 35 to 38 states will be right at the top. And the rest will come along. They'll have to come along competitively. And by the way, we'll be spending a lot less money and we'll have great education.
As part of this DOGE cost-cutting effort, one of the DOGE engineers was fired for some inappropriate posts. The vice president says, bring him back. What do you say?
Well, I don't know about the particular thing, but if the vice president said that, did you say that? I'm with the vice president. Thank you, Peter. Yeah, go ahead, please. Yes, red dress.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Just how strong do you want Japan's military to be? And do you specifically hope that their increased military spending will deter China and North Korea? What did you talk about that today?
Well, I want our military to be the strongest. I also don't mind spending so much money on the military because we build it here. It's made in the USA, all made in the USA. We have, I rebuilt our military during my first term. Did a great job. We left some of it behind in Afghanistan, stupidly. There was no reason for that, but it was still as much as it was. It was billions and billions of dollars, but it was a small part of it. But we're going to have the strongest military by far. We have great people. I want to congratulate Pete Hegseth for having gone through the gauntlet. He went through a lot, but he got through, and he's going to be a tremendous, I have no doubt he's going to be a tremendous leader. And other of the leaders sitting here, they're in their own fields. We're going to do something very, very, very great, and we expect great things. But I expect the strongest military by far in the world, far stronger than China, far stronger than anybody, and that's the way it is. Thank you very much. Would you like to ask a question, please? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
This is Hiramoto from Nippon Television. My question, let me ask two quick questions.
Sure.
First, this is the first meeting between Mr. President and Prime Minister Ishiba. So what kind of impression do you have on him? And number two, do you have an idea or do you have a plan to impose tariff against Japan so far? Thank you.
I think that he is going to be a great prime minister. I think he's a very strong man, very, very strong. I have great respect for him. I've known him for a long time through a reputation. Shinzo Abe thought the world of him, and I think he's going to do a fantastic job as prime minister. A very strong person. I wish he wasn't so strong. I wish he was a little bit weaker than that, but that's what I got. I have to get strong guys all the time. He's going to be a great prime minister. I also, in terms of tariffs, I mean, we're going to have tariffs, mostly reciprocal tariffs, where we go with, and I'm going to be probably meeting on that Monday or Tuesday, have an announcement, probably a news conference, but probably reciprocal tariffs where a country pays so much or charges us so much, and we do the same. So very reciprocal, because I think that's the only fair way to do it. That way, nobody's hurt. They charge us, we charge them. It's the same thing. And I seem to be going in that line as opposed to a flat fee tariff. Okay? Yes, go, please. Please, go ahead. Why don't you go ahead?
This is Ota from Yomiuri Shimbun newspaper. I have a question for Prime Minister Ishiba. So this is your very first summit meeting. What was your impression of President Trump? Were you able to build a good relationship of trust and confidence? In Northeast Asia, there are many challenges, China, North Korea, and so forth. And with President Trump, what did you appeal to him, and what kind of understanding were you able to obtain? On the economic field, there is the acquisition of U.S. Steel, the buy Nippon Steel, and there are expansion of import of LNG. What were the communication discussion did you have with President Trump? For the $1 trillion of investment from Japan to investment, what was his reaction? What about your communication on tariff front? This is the first time that I met with President Trump in person. So this was the first time meeting face-to-face. But for many, many years, I have watched him on television. So it was quite I was so excited to see such a celebrity on television, to see in person. On television, he is frightening. And he has a very strong personality. But when I met with him, actually, he was very sincere and very powerful and with strong will for the United States as for the whole world. I was able to feel that. This is not the sort of polishing or trying to suck up to him. For the world peace and for the regional stability that both of our countries need to play our role and make our endeavors and responsibility. As for the increase of our defense expenditures, it is not that we are told by the United States to do so. Japan, on our own decision, and on our own responsibility, we need to increase our defense expenditures. But of course, we need to communicate and consult with the United States. But the responsibility is with Japan, and the decision is with Japan. Now, on the tariffs, that if it is mutually beneficial, tariffs need to be set. And as for Japan, as Mr. President has introduced to us, an unprecedented investment will be made from Japan to the United States, and so many jobs will be created. So $1 trillion is the target. And this will be to the benefit of the United States, but also to the benefit of Japan as well. Investment is mutually beneficial. So be it with U.S. Steel, as Mr. President says, it is not acquisition, it is investment. So the Japanese technology will be provided, and the better quality products will be manufactured in the United States, and the U.S. Steel will make products which will contribute not only to the United States and Japan, but also to the whole world. It is not one-sided. It will be reciprocal. It will be mutually beneficial. And I believe we were able to share on this, and that is the biggest result that I have seen today.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, please. Yeah.
I wanted to ask you about that U.S. Steel deal. So you're saying that is this a restructuring of the deal that's happening, and then will you approve?
They're doing it as an investment, no longer a purchase.
Okay.
I didn't want it purchased, but investment I love. And they're going to do a big investment, subject to getting the deal done.
And that's
they'll be
something
doing
you
a
would
big.
approve, where the US,
I'm okay with that, sure.
And for the Prime Minister, what was your argument to the President related to U.S. Steel? And one more on tariffs, Mr. President, if I could. You said on tariffs that you'd like them to be reciprocal, back and forth. What was the reception from the Japanese Prime Minister when you said that, or when you talked
Well,
about
we
it?
didn't discuss tariffs too much. We really discussed many other things, including the pipeline in Alaska, which I think is going to be maybe the most exciting thing with Doug, Chris. We discussed that at length, the pipeline. I mean, it seemed to be of great interest to them. It's we have potentially more oil and gas than in Saudi Arabia, just in Alaska. We have the most of any country in the world. It's a big asset for the United States, but we haven't used it. We go to Venezuela, we go to other places to take oil and gas, and we have more than anybody. It's an amazing phenomenon that took place over the last 4 years. Nobody understands it, including the people that were in charge of it. They had no clue what they were doing. So it was a big problem. They were surprised actually too. They were saying why didn't they wouldn't sell them LNG. They wouldn't sell it. Japan wanted to buy LNG, and Biden wouldn't sell it. And I'm trying to figure that one out. Maybe it was the environment. You might answer that question. He's curious about that himself, I think. Thank you very much. If you want to answer that, you may, about LNG, that the United States wouldn't sell you LNG.
That was a really unfortunate thing, but the current administration, the previous administration was not allowing the LNG to be exported to us. I believe that President Trump, on the day of his inauguration, allowed us to resume this importing. I think this is something that is really wonderful for us. And as the country of Japan, we are interested in importing not just LNG, but also bioethanol, ammonia, and other resources at a stable price, a reasonable price from the United States. And we also want to improve the trade deficit that the U.S. has towards Japan. So if we are able to buy those at a stable and reasonable price, I think it would be a wonderful situation. And for that, I am very appreciative to President Trump. And we also look forward to LNG and hope that it's a success.
I want to just say that on the ethanol, Iowa is going to be very happy. All of the Nebraska, all of our farm states are going to be very happy. They want ethanol, and we'll be able to provide it. So our farmers, who I like and they like me, I think they're going to be very, very happy. We've opened the sale of LNG immediately. Actually, we did it a few days ago. And China, right now, not only China, everybody wants to buy it. We have more than anybody, and they're all buying it. But Japan in particular, we're very happy that they're going to start immediately. And we can supply it to the world, but we're supplying it to Japan, and they can always be right up in the front of the line. Yeah, go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Prime Minister, I have a question for you as well, but Mr. President, I'll start with you. Well, quickly to follow up on what Peter was asking, Have you directed Elon Musk to review Pentagon spending, given it's the biggest discretionary spending
Yes,
in
I
the
have
federal
Pentagon,
budget?
education, just about everything. We're going to go through everything, just as it was so bad with what we just went through with this horrible situation we just went through. And I guess 97% of the people have been dismissed. It was very, very unfortunate. You're not going to find anything like that, but you're going to find a lot. And I've instructed him to go check out education, to check out the Pentagon, which is the military. And, sadly, you'll find some things that are pretty bad. But I don't think proportionally you're going to see anything like we just saw.
FBI has turned over a list to the Justice Department of the FBI agents who worked on the January 6 rioters cases. Are you planning to fire the FBI agents who worked on those investigations?
No, but I'll fire some of them because some of them were corrupt. I have no doubt about that. I got to know a lot about that business, that world. I got to know a lot about that world, and we had some corrupt agents, and those people are gone, or they will be gone, and it'll be done quickly and very surgically. Did you have a question for the Prime Minister? Talk up.
Are those the ones who worked on the January 6th?
I don't know. I know we have some that are very corrupt and we don't like it. We're going to bring back the reputation of the FBI. Kash Patel is going to do a great job. And we're going to bring back the reputation of the FBI, which has been hurt very badly. It's been devastated over the last 4 years.
You have just been meeting for the first time with President Trump. The last administration famously did not have hardly any, if at all, contact with North Korea. President Trump certainly did the last time he was in office. Would you like to see him resume that contact and also that in-person meeting that he had with the North Korean leader, Kim Jong-un?
That is something that the United States needs to determine on its own, and it's not something that we should request. Having said that, but for example, in Vietnam or Singapore, the President of the United States, President Trump, was able to meet with Kim Jong-un. I think that's a very positive development. So now that President Trump is in power again, if we are able to move towards resolving issues with the North Korea, I think it would be great. And of course, for us, that includes not only denuclearization, but also resolving the abductee issue. And so not only the victims of the abductees, but also their families too are aging. And so our time is limited. So if the President of the United States, if President Trump is able to resolve this issue, we do understand that it's a Japan issue first and foremost. Having said that, we would love to continue to cooperate with them.
It's actually a good question, and we will have relations with North Korea and with Kim Jong-un. I got along with him very well, as you know. I think I stopped the war. I think if I wouldn't have won that particular election, you would have ended up in a very bad situation. But I did, and we had a good relationship, and I think it's a very big asset for everybody that I do get along with him. I get along with him, he gets along with me, and that's a good thing, not a bad thing. And I can tell you that Japan likes the idea because their relationship is not very good with him. And if I can have a relationship with not only him, but other people throughout the world where there seem to be difficulties, I think that's a tremendous asset for the world, not just the United States. Go ahead.
I have a question for you and for the Prime Minister as well. Mr. President, I wonder what you make of the criticism from Democrats that these staff reductions, the cuts that Elon Musk and Doge are doing are an unlawful power grab. And is there anything you've told Elon Musk he cannot touch?
Well, we haven't discussed that much. I'll tell him to go here, go there. He does it. He's got a very capable group of people. Very capable. They know what they're doing. They'll ask questions, and they'll see immediately as somebody gets tongue-tied that they're either crooked or don't know what they're doing. We have very smart people going in. So I've instructed him go into education, go into military, go into other things as we go along. And they're finding massive amounts of fraud, abuse, waste all of these things. So, but I will pick out a target, and I say go in. There could be areas that we won't, but I think everything's fertile. You know, we're a government. We have to be open. And as an open government, I don't know, I guess you could say maybe some high intelligence or something. And I'll do that myself if I have to. But generally speaking, I'll just say go. But he will be looking at education pretty quickly, and he will be looking at military too.
You know, the bulk of federal spending is Social Security, Medicare, programs like that. Would you like to see him look at those programs as well?
Well, they don't really have to be looked at by him. They can be looked at by us. Social Security will not be touched. It'll only be strengthened. We have illegal immigrants on Social Security, and we're going to find out who they are and take them out. We have illegal immigrants in other Medicare. We found a lot of bad people, a lot of people that shouldn't be on, that were put on through California. A lot of them come out of California. We're not going to stand for that. So we're going to strengthen our Social Security, et cetera. We're not going to touch it other than to make it stronger. But we have people that shouldn't be on, and those people we have to weed out. Most of them, or many of them so far, have been illegal immigrants. They shouldn't even be in the country. Do you have a question for the Prime Minister?
I do. Mr. Prime Minister, the President's affinity for tariffs is well known. If the U.S. places tariffs on Japanese imports, would Japan retaliate?
I am unable to respond to a theoretical question. That's the official answer that we have.
That's a very good answer. Very good answer. Wow. That's very good. He knows what he's doing. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
You're watching live coverage from the East Room of the White House as it's the top of the hour, 3 o'clock. Quite the great back and forth there by the President and the Prime Minister.
Oh, yes. And President Trump mentioning that former Prime Minister, the late, great Shinzo Abe, very fond of the current Prime Minister, Ishiba. And, of course, President Trump and him really meeting for the first time. They've had plenty of conversations on the phone, but coming to a great, seemingly reciprocal agreement with a number of different plans, especially when it comes to U.S. steel being exported and also manufacturing here happening in the United States. Of course, we saw that in the first term with many Korean and Japanese car-making companies coming into South Carolina, Michigan, and other states. So an exciting time to see that the Japanese government looking to invest nearly $1 trillion, if not more, into the United States. And of course, a colleague of ours asking about reciprocal tariffs, if that would ever happen, and the Prime Minister mentioning that I cannot answer a hypothetical, and President Trump saying, good answer, I like that. So they clearly have a great working relationship.
Yeah, what a great time that was there at the White House. And on the economic front, Japan has agreed to invest heavily in U.S. steel. Also some great agreements for the auto industry, along with really providing the real job creation, not those fake numbers we've heard in other administrations, but something that's the real deal here with this administration and now the Prime Minister of Japan. So great news there as it's the top of the hour. 3 o'clock here. I'm Matthew Alvarez alongside Robert McNeely. Thank you so much for streaming in live. Soon we're going to go to Paul Stone, the founder and CEO of Colonial Metals Group, a great sponsor here at the network as we talk about the economy with Paul. As soon as we get that live footage, we'll be going to Paul as well. So quite the day of coverage, including coming up, we'll be seeing from the White House in the Roosevelt Room some great times there where President Trump will make an announcement about a faith office in the White House and also sign some more executive orders. So he is not stopping at all, is he?
It was an exciting time for our great country and for all the work that he's doing. Nice to see that he can get down to the Southern White House, Mar-a-Lago, and then, of course, en route to enjoy the Super Bowl in New Orleans, Louisiana, number 59, the 59th installment of a classic American game.
Exactly, and this will be the first sitting president to go to a Super Bowl, so it'll be quite awesome to see that. Let's go now to the Colonial Metals Group. The founder, Paul Stone, joins us live right now. Hello, Paul. We're great. Hope things are well for you. Thank you so much for jumping on here as we are live right now on Right Side. Can you give us a general reaction to the historic speed that we're seeing by the president, especially even today with all of these just meetings he's had in just 3 weeks of being the president?
Yeah, you know, it's unbelievable when someone who's tuned in to what the system, the country, the people need of America, the people that live here, the system that is, the country that is America, the place to live that is America. When you're tuned into that, when you give a damn, how easy it is to make changes to it. All you're seeing is someone, let's say he was an average human being but lived in business. He's going to come in, or she's going to come in if it was a woman, and make swift changes because they see the things that are wrong. They're glaring. The people that come here and make careers out of politics are the ones who could never do anything about it because they don't even know, it doesn't jump out to them that things are wrong in America for the people who live here and the systems that function here.
And sir, some reaction to CNBC saying that the Trump administration is more focused on keeping Treasury yields low rather than on what the Fed does. It's according to Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent.
Well, you know, when the cost of, I mean, that's just a channel that's defending Democrat-inspired finances. Print money and then hand it out to people, I guess you hope to improve their lives or get votes from. It's ridiculous. So when you're looking at what an interest rate is, it just says, is the dollar expensive or cheap to borrow? When I'm starting a business, I'm going to bring money over into this country from outside the country. How expensive is it for me to start things up? If the dollar interest rates are, you know, I'm not an economist, but if they're down at 2 or 3%, it's not inhibitive or prohibitive to invest in something where it's not too expensive to borrow the dollar. When you run up inflation and rates need to be at 5, 6, 7%, that causes businesses to stay on the sidelines and go, well, maybe we'll hold off on this venture until things are a little more appetizing for us, the risk takers.
Exactly. And then so with the BRICS nations using their own local currencies as well, it just seems that, you know, the dollar can go up, it could go down in value. And regardless of what administration's in the White House, there's got to be some backup plan. Am I right?
There is. And I will say, if it was as simple as pushing the right buttons and pulling the right levers at the right time to get the outcome you want, then we wouldn't be in a difficult financial situation. We are seeing, if you look up DXY as the symbol to the dollar index as compared to other currencies for the purpose mainly of trade, our dollar has strengthened, which isn't a good thing, because what it makes difficult is, you know, if you look up the symbol, you can see it strengthened since Trump came in. It makes it harder for our companies to sell our goods outside of the country, and it makes it very easy for other countries' companies to sell their goods in our country. So that's one way of looking at the dollar, and that could be temporary. I'm not laying blame on anybody, but every action has a reaction. When you look at the currency, the money, our money, it used to be worth 100 cents, and now it's only worth 3. So it's very difficult, and that's why the struggle is so mighty for 60, 70% of Americans to pursue happiness in this country, is they can never feel at peace because they can't get on top of their bills with their earnings. The buying power of our dollar has shrunk by 97%, and that's not repairable.
And how can American taxpayers, especially the middle class, really react to the last 18 days, specifically with the trips that Secretary of State Marco Rubio has been on in Panama, El Salvador, but also today's press conference? There seems to be a lot of hope with U.S. steel possibly being exported to Japan, and Japan putting in investments of over $1 trillion, that commitment coming from the Japanese Prime Minister. What's the appropriate reaction that the American taxpayer should make when it comes to preparing for their own investments, retirement, and savings?
Absolute jubilation. One, you know, there's you could love a company and not invest in it. You know, I mean, you could invest in a company and not like it. There were lots of investors that invested in big tobacco. I'm sure they didn't really find a lot of excitement about their product line. But if the stock has has an idea, someone licensed, a registered representative, a financial advisor is recommending to you, might make a gain in a tobacco stock, and that goes against your grain, you still might do it because you're interested in having a better retirement plan. So there's the human being, the American, and then there's their money. And I say, from what the math says, that your money in the dollar is at risk to struggling and preserving that value. When we look at human history, governmental history, we don't ever see an example of a government or one person being able to swoop in and create a complete 180 out of a nosedive financially back into strong fundamentals and strong growth. But when you hear about that, when you think about money doesn't sleep, right? So there's Japanese businesses that wanted to buy, I think, Bethlehem Steel, and that deal almost went down under Biden. And that would be a huge blow to our psyche, right? To our personality. That thing used to produce like 1 million pounds of steel an hour, back in its heyday. So what if we say to money that doesn't want to sleep, well, how about we make money together like Trump's doing? What if we keep Bethlehem Steel owned and operated in America, but we create a venture between your steel company and ours, and we do something great together? And that's the spirit of compromise and ingenuity that most business folks would have, men or women, been at it for a long time or not. There's just something in the personality of someone who wants to create. A business person is a creator usually. The Democrats, and those seem to be lifelong career politicians, seem to be destroyers. So you can find massive jubilation in what Trump's been putting out there for the last 18 days, if that's how long it's been, especially with examples like this.
Exactly, and we're looking right now at the free gold guide here. When it comes to gold and silver, though, it seems as if it's always high value anyway. So can you walk us through that a little bit? I mean, it's always going to be that way, right?
Great, and here's another distinction. I just tried to cause some awareness between the person and the investor. Someone who's not going to be able to work someday or doesn't want to or have to is going to want to save money. So there's their money, their ideals about things, and their money. And I've been saying to people for a long time, if your money's not in alignment with your beliefs, then how are you expecting to find peace? Because the two most powerful emotion-generating forces in human existence for the human being are probably anything around love or money. So if we have money is off, then how are we supposed to feel right? And here's what I mean by the threat to the dollar. There's Trump and everything Trump can become aware of and everything he can change. And then there's the things that he can't change. And the bills that keep coming to Congress every year, mainly from Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security, and the interest on the debt, the source of those bills cannot be removed. They are retirees. They are people who took up that contract with Social Security, said, okay, take some money out of my check, and then I'll get some money when I'm no longer making a check. That promise was owed to them, but it's unaffordable. And that's where most of the $36 trillion in debt comes from. If you're ever wondering what's all the debt, they spent the money in the country. Even if they wasted the money in the country, it still found, the majority of it found its way into our economy. So if our economy has to have all that printed money to be able to function without going under, then you're starting to mess with something. Even though you're going to make cuts, you're messing with something that the economy has to have. And it was the government, for all of the governments, from Reagan to now, that never offered a solution to the retiree issue that started in 1997. That's what formed the black hole in our economic finances. And it grows. Debt was $4 trillion in the year 2000. Today it's $36 trillion. You can't remove the retiree cost, but you could try to put some thoughts around how could retirees generate a little revenue to offset what the government doesn't collect in taxes to cover the bills caused by retirees and the interest on the debt. And no thought's been put towards that. Hopefully Trump can. Hopefully Doge can put some thought towards that.
So you expect this to be more from an executive side of things rather than legislative willpower, or is there a one-size-fits-all approach that can really reduce this national debt?
If Trump could make this place a monarchy for 4 years, he'd straighten everything out and it would be right. The only tough part is you got to recognize that the heartbeat of America, or any country, in my opinion, is based off what it makes. Haiti struggles because it doesn't make anything. All right, it might sell cold water lobster, but not Maine lobster. It might sell avocados, but not much else, right? So when you look at our country made stuff, the greatest stuff, by the greatest people, high quality stuff, you'd never throw it away. You'd fix it forever if it ever broke down. It wouldn't be junk. In 1990, for a couple reference points, 82% of all the transactions that went off in our country happened on things made in America. 1990, 82%. Today, 11%. So here's just for idea generation, right? Instead of tariffs, let's just tell all American companies that you have 1 year to no longer make anything outside of America if you want it sold in America. You have a year, 1 year. And that cuts us free from the dependency on China making our pharma. That cuts free on dependency from everything being made in China. If you walk into a big box store today, everything probably but the concrete was made in China. The building itself, right? And then everything on the shelves made outside this country. If we aren't making stuff in America, we're a spending-driven economy, then what's that heartbeat say? It doesn't beat with strength. It beats from dependency on others that can hold our stupid politicians up till now hostage. That has to change.
Well, I mean, well said there, as we know that Colonial Metals Group, I mean, this free gold guide is very easy to get, obviously. All you have to do is go to freegoldguide.com/RSBN. We're going to talk a little bit more about Colonial Metals Group in just a second. Paul Stone, the founder, CEO. Sir, thank you again. We look forward to seeing you on Right Side probably next week, actually. So we'll see you then.
I love you guys. You guys are the best. Thanks for having me. I love this partnership, and I love your message, and I love your courage, and I love how you talk about the truth. Amen.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Likewise. Thank you so much.
All right, so Paul Stone there joining us live. Great to talk with him there with the Colonial Metals Group, as we're looking live at the White House right now as well on our program, as it's 3:12 Eastern time. So this is kind of the programming situation here. What we're going to do is we'll thank our sponsors, of course, and also want to let you know that soon we'll be going back to the White House for the Roosevelt Room, where President Trump has an announcement about a faith office, and also will sign some more executive orders. So we're not done yet. We've got a lot more to go here. It's great to have this live coverage wall to wall right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. So let's thank some of our sponsors, including Colonial Metals Group. So all you have to do is go to freegoldguide.com. Get the information right here to your mailbox. You can do that by going to freegoldguide.com or go to that QR code. All about those tax-sheltered IRAs and 401ks, good backup plan, gold and silver, as you just saw. Let's also go to Tax Network USA.
Yes, tnusa.com/RSBN with April 15th right around the corner. Settle your back taxes today and make sure you're not paying too much to the bloated IRS. We saw it grow exponentially under the Biden administration, even President Trump speaking to the fact that he might send IRS agents to the border to help assist with those means. But the Army Corps of Engineers and Marines doing an extraordinary job. We even have some assistance coming from, as of last week, that phone call with Claudia Sheinbaum, the Mexican president, sending 10,000 of her own troops to the border to assist. 800-357-1415. Tax Network USA, tnusa.com/RSBN. Give a call, no obligation, to the tax patriots and experts over at a wonderful organization.
Exactly. Let's go to RepublicanRed.com. So it's Republican Red Winery. All you have to do is use the RSBN promo code. You'll get a percentage off. Great vino right there. You've got the sparkling wine. You've got the red blend and other great selections. All you have to do is go to RepublicanRed.com. Let's go now to Angel Paste.
Yes, Angel Paste out of Spring, Texas, just outside of Houston. A wonderful organization, non-GMO, non-chemicals. This is a Christian-based company, and the owners like to hire veterans, and it's always nice that that happens. Made right here in the USA. Grab it while it lasts. I mean, I gotta tell you, I tried some before, and my hands were so dry that day, and they were smooth and fantastic, and did not have to worry the rest of the day, especially in wintertime. We sometimes have that. It's nice and humid down in Alabama here, but even with that, this has many different products at angelpaste.com, including a mosquito repellent, all natural for you. And Valentine's Day, next week, last minute gifts for guys and gals. They even have a manly man blend that comes in a black bottle. So you can still grab that tackle box along with having that lotion on to impress your ladies. So a great gift, ladies to gentlemen, and vice versa.
All right, so it's 3:15. We have a number of other sponsors we'll be talking about in the next broadcast, because we've got more coverage coming up here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. For Robert McNeely, I'm Matthew Alvarez, all of us at RSBN. Thanks so much for joining us on RSBN Live.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live Show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.